KSI 2 fights. KSI is going to be in action twice tonight. Is going to be taking on Swarmz. And then he's in the main event. I mean, he is the main event. He's opening the show and he's the main event. But he is going to be taking on Swarmz. And then he will be in the main event against Pineda. So we've actually got 2 KSI fights. A really interesting undercard. I am someone that doesn't watch like all of the YouTube like boxing. But this card genuinely looks very interesting. I've been watching all the press conferences. Really getting up to speed with everyone. And as I said, I think this looks like a really, really interesting card. Personally, can't wait for the Sam Hyde fight. Genuinely excited for the Sam Hyde fight. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. But obviously, a lot of people are waiting for KSI. There's a lot of excitement for Deji. There's a lot of people waiting for FaZe against Slim as well. That's going to be the co-main event. We've also got Salt Papi taking on Andy Warski. King Kenny taking on FaZe Sensei looks like that's going to be a really, really good boxing match. That actually looks like it's going to have a lot of skill involved in it. So King Kenny, I think that's obviously much later, but that is one that I think is going to really stand out and maybe surprise a few people. So King Kenny, FaZe Sensei looking really, really good. Both of them looking really athletic. And both of them looking really respectful as well. I've seen a lot of mixed messages, a lot of people saying lots of different things in regards to what they look for from these kind of events. And there's a lot of people that like the kind of the heated exchanges, the drama, all that kind of stuff. And I totally understand that. But for me, I actually thought that King Kenny and FaZe Sensei, they were both very respectful, and I thought they came across like proper professionals. I actually thought that they really stood out as a result, because there was a lot of antics and a lot of things that were happening during like the press conference that was really childish. It was really, really childish. There was a load of stuff which I think maybe in their heads they thought it was going to work and was going to look really cool. But to me, it came across as really, really childish. Whereas you've got King Kenny and you got FaZe Sensei, both just being really respectful. I think actually at the press conference, they were even sat next to each other. So they were being really, really respectful of each other. Both of them did say a few words when they were face to face, but the words that were being exchanged were very respectful again, like, all the best for tomorrow kind of a thing. Wish you all the best. Let's just hope that it all goes well. Let's hope we're both safe, blah, 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 blah. That kind of thing. And I really liked it. I don't know why. I just found myself really warming to those guys because I was like, damn, man, that's really cool. They came across as really cool. So I'm really looking forward to that one. Salt Papi is going to be a lot of fun. I watched his last fight when it was UK against USA. So Salt Papi, he always brings the entertainment. I think he's got like 3.5 million followers on TikTok. So definitely someone to keep an eye on. For me personally, Sam Hyde is someone that I'm very excited about. Sam Hyde's going to be in action, heavyweight fight. We've got 2 big boys going at it tonight with Sam Hyde and I Am Thompson. Sam Hyde, the Candyman, loving the stuff that he's been doing this week, really coming across with a lot of charisma and just kind of really playing this very weird Irish character. And it's been a lot of fun to watch. So, yeah, loving that. As well, we've also got Deen the Great taking on Evil Hero. That one, I think it seems like the crowd are with Deen the Great on that. Certainly seems like he's the more popular. There was lots of "Who are you" chants for Evil Hero. That one is technically gonna open the card. It's really the first fight. I mean, we are getting KSI Swarmz first. But really, the real opener is going to be Deen the Great against Evil Hero. So we start with that. Then we go, I think, into the Sam Hyde fight, which I cannot wait for. Salt Papi is going to be a lot of fun. King Kenny, FaZe Sensei, I think it'll be a really good fight. Then you've got Deji, one of the biggest stars on this show, taking on Fousey. Both of them have got over 10 million subscribers on YouTube. So you go straight into that. Then it's the co-main. So FaZe Temperrr against Slim, lots of heated exchanges there. And just to add a little bit more spice to the recipe. That is for the ICW Light Heavyweight Championship. Now, the ICW belts, you're going to hear a lot about these tonight. They are the Influencer Championship boxing belts. I believe these have been created for this show. So I think KSI is going to be competing for the Cruiserweight one. FaZe Temperrr against Slim is for the Light Heavyweight one. I think there's another one. Maybe Sam against Ian Thompson might be for the heavyweight one. There's about 3 or 4 of these ICW belts on the line. And they look all right. They look kind of classy. Very shiny. So they were shown off as well the other day. So, yeah, that's going to be a part of that. And then, of course, main events. The fight that's actually closing the show. KSI against Pineda. Now, Pineda is 23, is 6 years younger than KSI. He's got a record of 2-5. He's won 2, lost 5. He's lost his last 4. He's been TKO'd in his last 4. So he is not coming in with a good record at all. He looks young as well. He looks small. He looks young. He's tall, but he's really thin. But it's not about how you look. It's about your boxing skill. It's not even so much about your power, because I think that main event is only 3 rounds. So, you know, if he can just land more shots than KSI can, and actually if he's got good head movement and good movement in general, he could make it quite tricky for KSI. I mean, don't forget, it's only 3 rounds. So if Pineda manages to win 2 of them, then he'll win that fight. He will win the fight. So the main event, I think, is really interesting. I expect Swarmz to land a few shots on KSI, but I think KSI gets the Swarmz victory. I think he will beat Swarmz. I think the main thing for Swarmz is, can he at least do himself proud? Can he at least land some shots, do himself proud, and cause KSI some damage? If you're not going to win, at least really hurt KSI, at least take it out of KSI and get it so that KSI might not be leaving with 2 victories. So wear him down, take him into the deeper rounds, stay out of the way, try and land some big shots, try and be evasive. I don't think it's in Swarm's best interest to swarm forward. So I think what he needs to do is really think about, you know, putting some miles on the clock of KSI. If I'm Swarmz, that's what I'm doing. I am not racing out. I am coming out and I am standing back. I'm keeping a bit of distance. I'm looking for openings and trying to find a way in. I'm working my jab all the time, constantly throwing the jab, trying to be evasive, trying to use my head movement, trying to use my footwork so that I can back out and keep that range where it needs to be. The one thing Swarmz doesn't want to do is just go charging in, because he's going to get caught with something. It could be an uppercut. It could just be a jab that he runs onto. It could be like one of those windmill overhands that KSI has got in his arsenal. Could just be this big overhand bomb that comes raining down. So, yeah, if I'm Swarmz, I'm definitely not doing that. I'm definitely boxing. And in boxing, you need to pick your openings, not just charge forwards. And I'm thinking about, first of all, I want to win, but I definitely don't want to be knocked out. And obviously, if you go charging forward, the chances of you being knocked out greatly increase. So I definitely don't want to do that. So I'm not going to be charging forwards. And as well as that, if I'm not going to win and I'm not getting knocked out, I want to make it as hard for KSI as possible if I'm Swarmz. So I am going to want to take it into the deeper rounds. And it's not even that deep. It's 3 rounds. The first one, I believe, is 3 rounds. So what is deep in 3 rounds? What, the 3rd round? Well, I definitely want to get to the 3rd round if I'm Swarmz. So, I'm hoping that he's been working on his physique. He lost 12 kg, man. 12 kg is amazing for him to lose in such a short space of time. I was just listening to an interview with him and he was like, I do not want to see salmon ever again. He is totally done with salmon, because he was saying that he's just fed up of it. He's had to have that to get his body weight down. So nothing but respect for the work that he's put in, but I hope that he has really got a good game plan. I hope that he's got it up here as well, because it's all well and good losing the timber. It's all well and good working on your hand speeds, but you do need a game plan as well. You do need a strategy, and I really don't think charging in is going to be the strategy. Swarmz could actually ruin tonight, not by beating KSI, but by being absolutely useless. If Swarmz gets knocked out early, right, then you have got a relatively fresh KSI going into that main event. And that main event is only 3 rounds. And I think that KSI fans, I think, would love that. But for me, as someone that wants to watch some action, I want to watch some fighting, I want to look at the strategies, I want to look at the fighting styles. I want Swarmz to take that first fight into the deeper waters, because I just think it's a more interesting story for KSI as well, to have to kind of work hard in the first fight and, oh my God, how is he going to do in the second fight now? I just think that's a more interesting story. So for me, if KSI goes in there, Bosch knocks out Swarmz, I've got to think the main event is going to be very easy, because KSI is going to have plenty in the tank. So, yeah, we're going to obviously talk about it in detail, but I do want to jump into the chat. Manny said KSI, from what it seems, will be less wild since his last fight. Yeah, I think KSI has developed. I think he's had to develop. I think both he and Logan were very raw. I think that they both had only a few shots in their arsenal. I don't think that they had many kind of tools at that time. But it's hard to know exactly what KSI has been learning. I mean, obviously, there's plenty of footage out there, and he seems to have better shots in his arsenal now. But obviously, it's very different having someone in front of you. So, you know, the media workouts, I just don't really bother with. I mean, you can learn a few things. If you've not seen someone before, you can get a gauge of their power. You can get a gauge of their hand speed. You can get a gauge of their movement. You can get a rough idea. But, yeah, if you've seen someone before, like we have seen KSI before, I think that is going to not give you a great deal of info. Because doing it against a punching bag, or doing it against, like, mitts, doing it against gloves, that's just not the same as doing it against a target that's moving in front of you, that's trying to hurt you. So I do expect him to have better boxing fundamentals, though. Because he's obviously been kind of keeping in with it ever since he started. Do you think KSI will beat a pro? I think KSI will win both fights, yeah. I think that KSI will win both. KSI is... I think this pro has been handpicked, to be honest. I mean, I am someone that don't have any issues with KSI. I don't really have any issues with Jake Paul or Logan Paul or anyone, really. You know, I'm quite happy to sit back and just watch and be very honest about what I'm seeing. I think that this pro boxer has been selected because KSI wants to beat a pro boxer before Jake Paul does. So that's the reason as to why he's selected this pro boxer. And I think this pro boxer has been selected for a reason. If you actually look at him, he's very slim. He's very kind of, I don't know, unintimidating. Like looking at KSI screaming at this guy at the face-to-face, you felt quite sorry for the pro boxer because, like, you know, you got KSI who's, you know, he's pretty muscular. It's not all about muscles, of course, but pretty jacked. And he was just very fired up. And you just had, I mean, honestly, this guy looked like 12 years old. But he's 23. He's going to have skills. He is not going to be a walkover. I don't expect KSI to go in there and just knock him out. I don't expect that. I expect, you know, what we were talking about just with Swarmz being, you know, hanging back, not just racing in, things along those lines. I expect this kid to, you know, have that kind of ring IQ and, you know, not run into just stupid shots or anything. So, you know, it's going to make KSI, KSI is going to have to think a little bit. This is going to be a little bit of a puzzle for him to work out. But I have to think that, you know, they could have chosen so many pro boxers. There's a reason why this kid was chosen. He was chosen because he's a pro. He's been a pro for a while. He's got a couple of wins, right? It all looks good. So you can't say that this is a pro boxer that's never won. He has won. And he's Mexican. That always looks good as well. Mexicans are always tricky fighters, same as Cubans. So, that looks good as well. But if you dig into the detail, he's 23. This is not his weight class. He's actually from a lower weight class. So he's actually coming up in weight to take on KSI. And not only that, but he's been stopped in his last 4. So he's lost his last 4 and been stopped in those last 4 as well. So, yeah, I think KSI does beat the pro boxer. But I do think there's an asterisk next to it I just don't think this kid is meant to be in this weight division. And honestly, I think he's a bit of a journeyman. The way to look at this is, and I keep saying this, is these fights are warm-up fights. They're warm-up fights for KSI, right? So no disrespect to KSI. He's taking on a guy that's had 3 weeks of training in boxing, and he's taking on a pro boxer that is not fighting or shouldn't be fighting at this weight class. Like, he's fought at weight classes below and is coming off 4 losses in a row. So these, you can look at them and you can easily criticize them. And Jake Paul fans are criticizing them, and Jake Paul is criticizing them. But I think the way to look at them is that these are warm-up fights. KSI has not fought in a boxing ring in about 3 years. There is no way anyone should expect him to come back and take on someone decent when he's been away from the boxing ring for that long. He's done so much stuff in between his last fight that's not boxing related. You know, the amount of videos that he puts out, and obviously his music career and everything like that. There is no way he should be like coming back and taking on like a big fighter, a decent name, a big challenge. Like, I totally understand why he's doing this. Totally understand why he's doing this. And you can even make the argument that by facing 2 different people on the same night, he's making it as tricky for himself as possible. So, yeah, nothing but respect. I do think it's a real shame, though, that the commission won't allow the fights to be 2 6-round fights, because I do understand the criticism there. You know, there's people saying, because the first fight can only be 3 rounds and the main event can only be 3 rounds. And Jake Paul has come out and said, this is like easier than 1 6-round fight. Because if you have a 6-round fight, you've got to do all the rounds in a row. Whereas with this, he can do 3 rounds against Swarmz, then he's got a few hours break, and then he's got another 3 rounds against someone different. So, you know, I do understand the argument that actually this is a bit easier. But the only thing I would say is that's not his fault. That's the commission that won't allow it. Like, there's not much he can do about that. I think that his intention was right. I think his intention was good. He wants to give the fans as big a show as possible. He wants to take on a pro boxer, but he wants to deal with the Swarmz beef as well. So his answer to that is, well, I'll just do 2 fights, which on paper sounds like the right thing to do, doesn't it? Like, well, I'll just do 2 fights. But the problem is the commission have got involved, and the commission have turned around and said, well, yeah, but you can't have 2 6-round fights. We're not going to allow you to fight for potentially 12 rounds when you've been out of the ring for 3 years. So, you know, I get what's happened. I get what's happened. I think that what you're going to see a lot of in the chat is you're going to see a lot of people that are going to be laying into KSI tonight. And I'm sure you're expecting it. Lots of people will be laying into KSI, saying that these are walkover fights. It's not even a 6-round fight. He's fighting someone that's only had a few weeks training. He's fighting a boxer from a weight class from below. Blah, 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 blah. You're going to hear that, okay? You're also going to see a lot of KSI fans saying, this is amazing. 2 fights in 1 night, taking on a professional boxer. Like, he didn't need to, like, do all of this for us. So there's going to be loads of different ways that this gets carved out, gets cut up. And it really is down to you to make of it whatever you think. And for you to make your own minds up as to if you think that this is cool, if you think that this is a bit of a cop-out. It's up to you. The way that I'm looking at it is that these are warm-up fights. They're warm-up fights. They are literally there to get him back in the ring, get rid of the ring rust, give him a couple of people in front of him to, you know, try and put away. I mean, I think if he can get 2 knockouts tonight, I genuinely think that'll be impressive. Mainly because he's only got 3 rounds to do it in. So, he's only got 3 rounds with Swarmz. I would think, if I was a betting man, I would put money on that should be long enough for him to get the knockout. So, 3 rounds with Swarmz, and then he's got 3 rounds with Pineda. And Pineda's a professional boxer. And if nothing else, he should be able to have a decent defense. So even if his offense is absolute tripe, his defense should be good enough whereby he's not going to get knocked out, get put away very easily. Like, it genuinely could take 5-6 rounds to put Pineda away. But, this is the challenge that he set himself. He said he's going to get 2 knockouts. He's certainly going to try for 2 knockouts. I think I can see, if I do a prediction, I reckon that he will get a knockout of Swarmz. I think he'll knock Swarmz out. Don't know if he'll get it in the first round, but there is a chance that he could. But maybe second. I don't think it goes to the third. I think Swarmz will try and get it to the third, but I think that if you've only been boxing for a couple of weeks and you've really been focused on, within that same time period, you've been trying to lose 12 kg. I have to think you've been doing a lot of cardio. I have to think that you've been doing a lot of focus on your weight rather than your boxing. And so I just think that he's not coming in really with much of a training camp behind him. So they can talk the talk and everything, but I think, if he gets out of the first round, that'll be good. I expect second round finish. I reckon that KSI does put him away. So I'm going KSI beats Swarmz second round, but could be first. And then we go to the Pineda fight. I could see that going the distance, actually. I reckon there's a chance. I have to think that Pineda, I think he will get bullied. I think the KSI isn't as tall, but he's much stockier. He's much wider. And I can see KSI putting that pressure onto Pineda, driving Pineda back and really going to the body, getting tied up with him, referee having to separate them apart. I can see little digs to the body when they're in the clinch. I reckon he will try for the overhands, but the only problem with the overhands is that does leave you quite exposed. And against a professional boxer like Pineda, I'm not sure if that would be the greatest strategy. I think I can see KSI just keeping it kind of clean, just jabbing away. I think there'll be a lot of jabbing. I think there'll be a lot of work. He might follow up the power shot behind the jab. I would imagine he'll go to the body as well. He's been talking a lot about the body stuff, so I can see him working the body a little bit. But I think that with 3 rounds, having already had one fight, if he can get a finish in that main event, I think that will be impressive. So definitely give him props for that. But I could see it going the distance. Samuel said, I think Swarmz will be a tougher opponent than Pineda. He looks a tougher opponent, and obviously it's very hard to know, but I just think that Swarmz is not... I mean, look, he's got fighting on the street experience, and the thing with fighting on a street is you don't really have a strategy. I mean, there really isn't many street fighters out there that are really coming up with strategies, head movement, footwork, or any of this. Do you know what I mean? It's literally like you smash into each other and you just start throwing. And, it's not really so much about like head movement, looking for opportunities and openings, uppercuts, working the body or anything along these lines. It's literally just like spitting in each other's face, headbutt, elbows, whatever you can throw. It's very, very different to like boxing. With boxing, like it's a different fighting kind of sport. I mean, it's just nothing like street fighting, apart from you can use your fists in street fighting. So all I'd say about Swarmz is that I think he does have a street fighting kind of background. I've heard that he has been in a few fights and he seems very confident, but listen, if he's only had a few weeks training, and that's coming from his camp. His camp is saying he's had 20 days worth of training, right? What can you learn in 20 days? Like, I really don't know. I think he's going to go in there. I think he's going to give it a good go, but how good is his cardio? How good's his cardio going to be? Like, when will his gas tank empty? I really don't know, but I would expect there's probably a good chance it'll be relatively early. So question marks around his gas tank. I don't know if there's question marks around his power. He might have a little bit of power, but I don't know if he really knows how to throw a punch to really harness that power. Because don't forget, a lot of power comes from your legs. When you actually, to generate power, it comes really from your stance, and it really comes from, like, you know, how you generate that power using, like, you know, how you swivel, how you turn. It's not so much from your actual arms. So again, that's something that needs to be practiced and kind of muscle memory in a way. So again, all of this in 20 days. I don't know. This is why I'm thinking Pineda, even though he looks about 12 and is clearly not meant for this weight class, is, you know, from a weight class below. I think that he is someone that I've got to think knows how to actually go through a boxing fight. Don't forget as well that Pineda has had matches and he will be more confident with walking out in front of a crowd. The one thing that we forget when it comes to these events is how do they react to walking out in front of a crowd? How do they react to walking out in front of people? Because the nerves are real. This is 20,000 people in the O2. So just, you know, the rush that you get from your ring walk and, like, you know, wanting to impress, that's another thing as well. Don't forget, these are entertainers. These are influencers, right? At the forefront of their minds is entertaining. Yeah, they are all about putting on a show. I absolutely think there are going to be moments where they're going to drop their guard and they will be open. Like, if you go back and watch old fights, even ones from earlier this year, I was watching the Salt Papi one from UK versus USA. There's moments in that fight where he starts with his hands up, covering his chin, and he keeps a nice tight defense. As the fight goes on, his arms are dropping down, he's dancing away. Like, he gets comfortable with, like, where he is in the fight. I got to tell you, if I was involved in one of these, I reckon a really good trick would be to kind of act a little bit gassed in the first round. I actually think that if you was to, like, just keep it quite rigid, keep it quite tight, really make it seem like you just don't know quite what you're doing, and just really keep it things tight and just, like, jab out, just move a little bit. Don't really do anything flashy, but just let them get comfortable. I keep seeing it time after time after time after time. As soon as the other person is comfortable, the hands drop, they start doing, like, little dancing, they start thinking that they've got it made, and then all of a sudden, this person that was just jabbing away can just open out a little bit and really then go through the gears. And I think you could catch them. I really think you could catch them. I think that some of these people just really put themselves in bad situations because the forefront of their mind is putting on a show. And so they are in there, like, and their heads are like, well, this is easy. I've got this. And they just get lulled into a false sense of security. So, look, I'm not, that won't happen with KSI. KSI is, you know, putting this on. He knows the win is really important. He knows that the other thing that's great as well is that KSI knows he needs to get his first fight finished quick because he doesn't want to hang around. He wants to get that done so that he doesn't mess around with his main event because he's got another fight to get to. So KSI is not going to fall into that trap. But keep an eye on Salt Papi because he absolutely could. Definitely as you go further down the card, you know, I'm looking at the likes of Deen the Great or Evil Hero. I could definitely see that happening in that fight as well. Salt Papi against Andy Warski. I could see it happening in that fight. I'm not sure about FaZe Temperrr against Slim, but I could see it happening there as well. Between those two, I reckon, you know, they could get overconfident. Slim, I mean, if you've been watching the build-up, he's been one of the most vocal people. Entertaining seems to be at the forefront very much of his mind. So, yeah. I'll tell you one fight it won't happen in, and that's Deji against Fousey. The reason that I don't expect to see it there is because both of those guys need a win. They really, really need a win. Deji against Fousey is a really important fight because Deji is 0-3 in boxing. He's yet to win. Obviously, everyone I say everyone, I would say the majority of people are right behind him. The majority of people want to see him succeed. The majority of people hope that he's going to get the job done. I don't know that Fousey is getting that much support. Big name in the YouTube world, though. Big YouTube player. He's got, as we said, over 10 million subs. But he did lose his last fight. I think he's 0-1. He did lose against Slim back in 2019. And both of these guys need to get a victory. So I don't think that there'll be showboat in there. I really don't think that's Deji's style anyway. I think Deji is just desperate for the victory. Really, really desperate for it. But so is Fousey. And I don't know if you saw the weigh-ins, but Fousey is ripped. You can't tell people's boxing skills from their physique. But if you was to judge who was the best looking, kind of most ripped, most shredded person at the weigh-ins, it was Fousey. Fousey looked absolutely incredible at the weigh-ins. He looked absolutely incredible. He looked like a flipping Adonis. So, yeah, that fight's going to be really interesting. I am surprised that is not the co-main, to be honest. I thought that would be the co-main event. Deji against Fousey. But instead, they've gone with FaZe, Temperrr, and Slim. But then, FaZe, Temperrr, a massive star. Slim, not so much, but, still someone that is got a good record. I think he's like 3-0 when it comes to the boxing, and all of them are stoppages. So, yeah, he's definitely making a name for himself, Slim. So, yeah, but as I said, I did expect Deji to be co-main. In the US, to buy it, you've got to get a subscription and then the fight, says Juice Tim. Yeah, in the UK, it's $11.99 to purchase it on DAZN, but I don't think the subscription's $19.99 in the UK. I don't know. I think it's about $7.99, but it's not the most expensive event in the world. I mean, you have to give them credit here. This, for $11.99. I mean, granted, if you've got to subscribe as well, then yeah, that's a bit of money. But I think that $11.99 is not that bad for an event of this size. KSI is going to win, says Jennifer. Murray said, I agree, Days. Come on, KSI. Well, we've had, amazingly, 750-odd votes already, which is absolutely fantastic. So what we're going to look at is just the results so far. This will give us a gauge as to what people are thinking in regards to how KSI can do. Obviously, we're going to be watching all of the fights. We're going to be looking at all of the fighters, seeing who's going to be bringing it, who's going to be letting themselves down. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of memes coming out of this event. But, yeah, at the moment, 70% of you think that KSI is going to win both fights. So 70% of you. That means that 30% of you don't. But 23% of that 30 think that he will win at least one. Only 7% think that he will lose both. So I think some people are probably looking at him against Swarmz, thinking he'll get that done. I'm thinking that. I've got to think the Pineda's a harder fight because he is a professional boxer. He's going to at least have been in there 7 times before. And so, fighting in front of a crowd, maybe not 20,000, but, the getting yourself, just think about like waking up this morning. Put yourself in that position where you've got a fight and you wake up this morning and what do you do? I mean, like, when do you eat? When shouldn't you eat? I could imagine these people really doubting themselves about, like, should I eat now? Should I eat later? Like, when you get to the venue, okay, should I warm up now or was that too early? Should I warm up a bit closer? Should I warm up now and then warm up later? What about, like, how active do I need to stay? Like, I could imagine people overthinking a lot of things and really kind of getting in their own heads. And then, of course, you've got the whole adrenaline. I mean, can you imagine how pumped you will be when, like, it's time to do that ring walk? So you start doing the ring walk, your music hits, you start making your way out, everyone's cheering or booing or cheering and booing or whatever they're doing. And, the eyes of the world are on you and you're making your way down. And, like, all of that is stuff that you've got to deal with. All of that emotion, all of that adrenaline. And I'm sure you've had adrenaline dumps before. I'm sure that you've, done something like super exciting and you've been all like proper wound up. Like managing your adrenaline is something that's very tricky. And so I have to think that like for a lot of these fighters, it's going to be a real eye opener. And then but Pineda's going to know how to deal with that. He's going to be, he seems to just have ice in his veins. He'll be able to deal with all of that. He'll know exactly what he needs to do. He's been there. He's done it before. He's going to make his way down. I expect him to get in the ring. I expect him to then look all right, actually. I think that he is going to have a real good strategy for KSI. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't expect him to be the greatest pro boxer in the world. Of course not. I think he's been selected for a reason. I think that KSI should win. But it's going to be tricky because there's only 3 rounds, and I think there's every chance that that main event will go the distance. So I'm thinking, personally, KSI knockout against Swarmz. He beats Swarmz, and then he wins a decision against Pineda. But, people like Evil Hero, people like Andy Warski, like, I think they're gonna really have eye-openers today when it comes to, like, the ring walks and everything. And, like, just dealing with all of that emotion. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Irvin said, when does it start? About 45 minutes. Bananas and Grapes said, why is KSI fighting twice today? He's fighting twice today because I think he felt that the one fight was not good enough. He was going to take on Alex Wasabi, and that fell through. So his backup fight was against Swarmz. Now, Swarmz is a rapper. He's 23 years old. But I think it pretty much got out that he's got no, like, boxing experience at all. No amateur. Obviously, no professional. No training. Like, this guy has been training for 20 days. That is it. That's his boxing training. And he's been losing 12 kg in that time as well. So that got out there. And I think that, as a result, KSI was like, I'm going to get a bad reputation here. People are really going to lay into me for this because I'm basically coming back to take on someone that just doesn't know what they're doing. So I really do need a boxer. I need a professional boxer. And don't forget as well, that's something that a lot of people beat Jake Paul with, is that he's had all these fights, but not one of them against a professional boxer. He's taken on MMA stars, basketball stars, YouTubers, but he's not taken on a professional boxer. So KSI is taking on Swarmz because there's beef and there's, been a lot of bad blood, so he's dealing with that. And then he's also going to take on a professional boxer. So that's why he's doing both fights. Days, KSI has something big for both of his ring walks. He's teased it will blow your mind. Dark Knight said 45 minutes to go. Yeah, we got 45 minutes to go. 45 minutes left. At the moment, we've just got a countdown show on DAZN. So no one's missing anything at the moment. The very first fight that will start the show is actually KSI, believe it or not. KSI against Swarmz opens the show, which is pretty crazy. So, KSI against Swarmz is the show opener. And then we go into the show for real with Deen the Great against Evil Hero. Sam Hyde. Oh, my God. Sam Hyde. If you haven't seen Sam Hyde, there's a picture of Sam Hyde. That was Sam Hyde at the press conference. And he is so entertaining. He's been on YouTube for a long, long time. He's quite famous for doing like a TED talk years ago. I'm not sure what year it was, but it must have been around 2014, maybe even, around that time. He basically went into this place, I think it was a university, and did this talk and just talked absolute nonsense. So he had all these students that were like sitting there taking notes, and he was like just coming out with all of this absolute nonsense, and he filmed it all, and it was like quite a big viral video. From there, he went on to like create his own comedy show, which I think got picked up by Adult Swim. And you might know him actually because earlier this year, he actually did, well, it was last year now, but he did a documentary with iDubbbz, and it was quite interesting because iDubbbz went round to visit Sam. And iDubbbz wanted to find out a bit about Sam, find out who the real Sam was. And so he does this documentary. The thing is that Sam is known for being a prankster. So what Sam did was he actually hired a load of people to pretend to be his friends, to pretend to be workers for him. And he just then basically did the most mental stuff. Like, he was just doing crazy stuff. Like, he had this meeting and he was asking for video ideas. And they were like, how about we get hot girls, like, playing with Lego? How about we just, like, show someone on a fidget spinner for, like, 7 hours? And Sam was like, that's genius. That is genius. And he was, like, making out these were, like, brilliant ideas. But it was all a plan, and it was all just, like, a joke that he was playing on iDubbbz, because iDubbbz was filming it, thinking it was real. So, yeah, Sam did this kind of prank on iDubbbz. iDubbbz didn't appreciate it. And so when iDubbbz did his boxing event, which you might have seen earlier this year, Sam was actually banned. Sam wasn't allowed to compete and wasn't allowed to go. But he's here at this one, and he's been so much fun. I mean, I don't know if you saw him at the weigh-in, but he came out, he took his shirt off, he got weighed in, and he was just standing there going, I'm dripping! I'm dripping! I'm like a dolphin! And he was just screaming all this absolute nonsense. But he's so entertaining, he's so charismatic, like you just have no idea what he's doing next. And he keeps putting on this like Irish voice as well, talking about his Lucky Charms, doing all these riddles. Like, I mean, look at what he's wearing with like a mask and like a neck pillow. And he's got like an Irish flag around his shoulders and everything. Like, he is a lot of fun, man. He is a lot of fun. I saw an interview with him last night, and he was saying that as soon as this show's like done, he's done. He ain't doing any more. He said like the amount of work that he put into like getting into shape, he's not interested in doing anymore. Which I think is a real shame, because he is so entertaining. I must admit, like, as I've been watching the press conferences and like getting really ready for this stream, and like, you know, getting all my notes together and everything, like Sam has been probably the thing I've enjoyed the most. So yeah, I'm a fan of what he's been doing. I'm dripping. Get ready for the dolphin. Edward said, I think KSI is going to win both by knockouts. KSI or Jake, if you're Logan, it's got to be Jake, innit? I mean, if you was Logan, it's surely blood first. So, you know, I mean, he was not on great terms with KSI in the past, but obviously, you know, they do the whole Prime thing together now, so that's working out great for them. You know, a fantastic, successful business. But I've got to think that, you know, they're business partners, whereas Jake's his brother. So, yeah, it's got to be, if that fight happens, Logan's sure. I think Logan would, like, make out that he's torn. I can imagine, like, if that fight happens next year, he's going to be like, oh, you know, my friend or my brother, like, it's so difficult to know and blah, 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 blah. I'd imagine he'll say that, and he'll talk a lot about how he's conflicted and he's in the middle. The truth is, brother, surely. Blood, yeah? Thicker than water. Blood's thicker than Prime. So, there's too many YouTubers that are trying to be boxers, says Anna. It is just a cash grab. It's pointless. Yeah, well, to be honest, I think KSI is interesting, because KSI is probably the one that people in that kind of world want to see go up against Jake. So KSI beat Jake's brother, Logan. And so it makes sense that Jake would want revenge for his brother. And obviously Jake's been doing well. He's been doing good stuff. So I think KSI is a massive star. He is someone that has been very vocal with Jake Paul. I think what we're seeing tonight is this being the first step towards that. I mean, listen, if KSI loses both, does the Jake Paul fight even happen? How does KSI make an argument that he is good enough if he loses both? I mean, I don't think he loses both. It's hard for me to even envisage him losing both. But what if that happens? How does he make the argument that he should be fighting Jake Paul? I don't know that he can. I mean, actually, he has got some on the line. If he loses tonight, I think the Jake Paul fight goes. If he loses one fight tonight, not sure. If he beats Swarmz and then loses by decision to Pineda, does that put an end to the Jake Paul fight? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think KSI can be like, look, I bit off a bit more than I could chew. The ring rust was real. I beat Swarmz, but going up against a professional boxer, it was a bridge too far, but I'm really pleased that I tested myself that way. I'm really pleased I pushed myself to the limit. I've learnt loads. I'm ready for Jake. All the stuff I've learned in that fight against Pineda, I can take into a Jake Paul fight. So I think if he loses one, wins one, he'll be all right. If he wins both, he'll be absolutely fine, of course. If he loses both, the Jake Paul fight might be gone. What's your prediction for Deji against Fousey? Good question, Murray. Good question. I have to be honest. I think it's tricky. I feel that it's going to be a very interesting fight. I can see Fousey winning, right? I can see Fousey winning because I think that Deji is very good at defense. I don't think he's very good at offense. And I just think that he is going to be desperate to get the win. You know, Deji is 0-3, and he really wants the win. He even said if he was going to lose his last one, he would quit boxing. And he hasn't. He lost and he didn't. I don't think anyone cares about that. But he wants the win that bad. Like, he really does want to get victory. And I think a lot of his fans want to see him get the victory. So what I'm thinking is he going to be quite good in the first round? But as it goes on, is he going to get desperate? Is he going to look for the win? And I just think Fousey has got a puncher's chance. And I worry that Deji is going to chase that win. He's going to leave himself open. And Fousey will literally just land a bit of a fluke shot. It'll just be a fluky shot. Deji won't see it come in. And it'll just put him down and he'll be heartbroken. And all that work and all of that stuff will once again be wasted. I hope not. I hope that he's going to stay disciplined. I hope that he's really worked on his offense because his defense looks all right. Like, he's got a good head movement. His footwork looks okay. Boxing skills are, I mean, look, as far as like YouTube boxing goes, he can do some stuff. He's had 3 fights and he can do some stuff. And, he's someone that has got a few rounds in the bank as well. He's not someone that I expect to walk out there and just get knocked out. But I do worry that you hear him talking and like how much this means to him. And I just hope he stays disciplined. I just hope that he has a strategy, stays behind the jab, just keeps jabbing away, working, not being hit. Doesn't matter how Fousey looks. Fousey is shredded, looks incredible, but it doesn't matter. It makes no difference whatsoever, right? No difference whatsoever that he's shredded and he looks amazing. It's all about the boxing skill. Can you hit your opponent more than they hit you? Can you hit them and them not hit you? I mean, it's as simple as that. And I think that Deji has got skill and I think he's got ability. I just worry that he's going to chase it and he's going to chase it too hard and he's going to get excited. Maybe he jabs away. He's got Fousey up against the ropes and he starts just opening it up a little bit. Little counter shot by Fousey, little uppercut comes in. I just really worry that Deji's going to get caught with something. I really do. I think in my mind, I can see Deji going down. I can see Deji getting TKO'd by Fousey. And to be honest, the alternative, I don't think Deji is going to knock out Fousey. I think if Deji wins, he's got to go the distance. And that's a long time to stay disciplined. That is a long time to keep your head and not lose your cool. And I worry for Deji a bit. I worry for him. I hope he does it, though. I'm right behind him. But I just think he's going to have to keep his head throughout the whole fight. I think it's 4 rounds. I think all of these are 4 rounds. So really, the test for Deji is going to be, midway through the third. It's going to be in the third, in that 4th round, like midway through the third, going into the 4th. Like, has he still got it then? He might have been hit a few times, but has he still got it then? Is he still sticking to the game plan? How's he looking on the scorecard at that point? Does he He might even be down on the scorecard, but I don't think he will. I think his boxing is going to be better than Fousey's, so I don't think he'll be down on scorecards. But I just think that he might run the risk of leaving himself open, overreaching, something along those lines, and he just gets caught. So I think we should take into account that Fousey had nose work done, and he was told not to fight again. That is true. He said to his doctor, like, I want to fight again, and his doctor was like, definitely not. But as I said, Deji's output is not brilliant. I don't expect Deji to throw anything massive that's going to cause Fousey big problems. It's going to be very interesting to see what Fousey's nose looks like. And actually, you make an interesting point, because if he does connect on the nose and he does mess up the nose, Fousey's going to find it hard to get oxygen into his body. And if he's struggling to breathe and struggling to get oxygen into his body, that can shut you down real quick, right? If you're doing, I mean, like, it's kind of like if you went for a run and you closed your mouth, or, like, you know, you held your nose whilst you was running, like, you are going to feel the effects of that quite quickly. So when you're doing an activity like this and the blood's pumping, the adrenaline's going, like, yeah, if your nose is broken and messed up and you can't get any oxygen in, that could be a factor, definitely. I don't know that I see Deji being able to do that. I think he'll work the jab. I can see him landing a few things, but is he going to be able to do anything to mess Fousey's nose up? I don't know. It's definitely one to keep an eye on, though. It's an excellent point. Jay JKO. Is that how you say it? Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Welcome. Welcome, Jay. Welcome. Bruno said Joe Weller is talking rubbish to KSI's manager now. Joe Weller really wants this fight, doesn't he? He's turned up wanting this fight. I don't know. I don't know why now, to be honest. I don't know what's happened here, but if you saw the weigh-ins, Joe Weller really made a splash. He wasn't. I don't even know if he was at the press conference, but at the weigh-ins, definitely made his presence felt. And yeah, you know, there's been plenty of talk between KSI and Joe Weller. I saw an interview with KSI earlier today, and the woman was saying that Joe Weller's looking for you, kind of a thing. And KSI was like, well, I tell you what, tell him he can be the third fight tonight, and I'll smash him as well. And Joe Weller was listening, and he was like, tell KSI I'll meet him in the car park after, because this place has got a curfew, but it's not a problem, because I've got a space reserved for us, kind of a thing. So Joe Weller's up for this. Joe Weller really does want to kind of get KSI again. I think that loss to KSI has really been haunting him. I think it's something that he wants to avenge, and I think probably has always wanted to avenge. So now that KSI is back, I think Joe's looking at maybe being the next opponent. Perhaps he's hoping that he can face, or maybe it's even a plan. Maybe it's a plan. You know, maybe they've already had a little conversation, because it's very strange that Joe is now piping up now. But this X series, this series of YouTube events, they've already said there's another one in October. So there's another one, I think, October time. Now, we don't know the card for that. We don't know that KSI is on that. He might not be on that, but he could be on that as well. And so are they planting the seeds for KSI against Joe Weller for the October card? Because they might be. There might be. And maybe it's a bit of a plan. Perhaps they've got a bit of an agreement behind the scenes that because they know how to get people talking and what will trend and what will get people's interest. So I wonder if it's a bit of a ploy. So, yeah, could be. Football talk, hello. Just to let you know, KSI fights are 3 rounds. He's fighting 2 people, but the rest of the fights, I think, are 6, says Football talk. They are 3 rounds. The others might be 4. I saw 4, so we'll see. We'll see. I think 4, but it could be 6. But yeah, that does suck. There's no way of sugarcoating it. It sucks. The fact that he's only doing 3 rounds against Swarmz and 3 rounds against Pineda, I think sucks. because they're not really two full separate fights. Like, even if the Swarmz was 4 rounds and the main event was 6, that would have been fine. Like, that would have been fine. But the commission just won't let him do it. So it just sucks. It's one of those. J14 says, Weller was mad. None of his friends didn't even try to talk to him after the first fight. Kill Moose Kill said Andy Warski is better than Salt Papi. That's interesting. That's interesting. The crowd seemed to be with Salt Papi. So that's interesting. James says, England just beat South Africa by an innings. I'm guessing that is innings, series 1-1. Very good. We had 5 of their wickets, so we must have rattled off the other 5. Edward said, would you back me against any of the people that are fighting? I have no idea, Edward, because I've never seen you fight, so I have no idea. I mean, I would say definitely no. I can answer that straight away. Definitely no, because I don't think you're beating the heavyweights. Let's put it that way. Is Roger Federer on first? No Roger Federer on this show, unfortunately. Miss Clown, hope you're well. Do you think King Kenny will win? Great fight. Honestly, there's a lot to talk about with this. I mean, we've been talking for over an hour, and I just think that the best fight, the fight that I think is probably going to be the most closest resembling like proper boxing, will be the King Kenny fight. King Kenny against FaZe Sensei. That is a fight I am genuinely looking forward to, because I really think they're going to bring some skill. Now, listen, I don't think you are going to tune into this because you want to see amazing boxing skill. Why would you? Why would you tune into this and not tune into like other boxing? Like you know, why not watch Devin Haney? Why not watch Tank? Yeah, why not watch Fury or Usyk? Usyk was incredible the other week. So, you know, if you want to watch amazing boxing, you watch that, don't you? But the closest to that I think we could get tonight is going to be King Kenny against FaZe Sensei. And I said at the start of the stream, I've been really impressed with just how respectful they were, because I think that laying into each other is fine, and there's a place for that, and there's plenty of that on this card. We've seen Andy Warski, Salt Papi going at it. We've seen Evil Hero, Deen the Great going at it. There's no love lost between Fousey and Deji, of course. So there's been loads of beef all over this card. But I think King Kenny and FaZe Sensei, that's definitely the one that looks like it's respectful, athletic, looks like they're both ready, mentally prepared. And I'm just really looking forward to it. They just seem like both really nice guys, both professionals. I think it's going to be really good. FaZe Sensei has got an amateur career of about 1 and 2. He's lost a couple. He has got high level boxing and martial arts skills, though. He has been training. He launched FaZe Fitness, and he's got a kickboxing background as well. King Kenny beat FaZe Temperrr, but Temperrr won on an appeal. So the King Kenny won the fight on the judges' scorecards, but he wasn't happy with it, and they looked into it and they decided to reverse the decision. A bit weird, very weird actually. But it shows how close it was when he went up against FaZe Temperrr. So I think King Kenny's got a really good chance. And I think that I would probably just lean King Kenny. But I think this could go the distance. You might even see a split decision here. I don't know that we'll see a stoppage in it, but I think what I'm hoping we do see is just a really good fight. So looking forward to that. Swarmz said his boxing style is like Mike Tyson. Yeah, I heard him say that. I don't know that that's true. He did say it. You are telling the truth. You are right, but I don't know if he really understood the question. Like, he got asked, like, what's your boxing style like? And he said Mike Tyson, but I think he probably said Mike Tyson because maybe that's the person that he looks up to the most. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. When it comes to some of these YouTubers, and even Swarmz, he's not really a YouTuber, but he's a musician. Like, how much boxing do they watch? I mean, like, is he really going to be shouting out names like Devin Haney? Is he going to be, like, talking about Shakur Stevenson? Is he going to be talking about Akoli? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I don't know if what kind of knowledge he's got. I mean, before he even spoke, I could have predicted he would have said Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is just like seemingly the go-to name for most, like, musicians. Like, if you ask musicians who's your favorite boxer of all time, they're more than likely going to turn around and say Mike Tyson. So he said that that's his style. We'll have to wait and see if it is. But honestly, I don't know if he knows, to be honest. I don't know if he knows. He's had 20 days of training. 20 days of training, and in that time, he's lost 12 kg. Do you think KSI against Jake Paul next year will be good? Who do you think will win? I think if they fight, it will be a spectacle. I think that, would it be good? I think it would be good, yes, because I think that Jake Paul has got some very good experience. I think that he makes a few mistakes. I don't know if you could say mistakes. I just think that he's learning. I don't even think Jake Paul would say that he's the finished article. I don't think Jake Paul would say... I think he would say that he's on a journey. So, I'm not being disrespectful. He's got knockout power. We've seen that. He put Woodley away. He's put Askren away, and he's already overachieved against what I was expecting him to be able to do. So I think that Jake Paul has definitely opened a few people's eyes to what he's achieved and what he could achieve. I kind of agree with Eddie Hearn, though. Eddie Hearn said Jake Paul is an average fighter. And, Eddie Hearn was like, I don't mean that as any disrespect. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just saying that I've got loads of fighters that are as good as you are. Like, I've got a whole roster full of people that I think could beat you. But that's no disrespect, because look how long you've been doing it. You've only been doing it a few years. So in the amount of time that you've been doing this, to get to the level that you're at, it's really, really good. Like, you are now at the average fighter level. He didn't call him a disgrace. He didn't say that he was an embarrassment and he should leave the sport. He said that he was average. Now, I mean, like, Jake wants to be a world champion. So, like, if Jake wants to go on and be a world champion, he's going to have to make some tough decisions. And some of those tough decisions are going to be, not facing YouTubers like KSI. Really, if he wants to be a world champion, how does facing KSI help him on that journey? Because KSI is nowhere near world champion level. And if Jake Paul wants to go and win a world title, then he needs to start facing good professional boxers that are going to test him and keep increasing that level so that he's increasing his skills and so on, so on, so on. Now, look, you can do a one-off fight against KSI, yeah? You can do a one-off fight against KSI. That's not a problem. But it never stops, does it? Because if you beat KSI, then someone else comes out the woodwork and calls you out. And then, like, you've got other things. And there's lots of stuff that then, it spirals kind of a thing, So I think that they could fight next year. I don't know if they will fight next year, but they could fight next year. And if they do, I think it will be good, because I think Jake is already of a good level, a decent level. And I think that KSI will surely work hard to make sure that he is at that level as well. KSI will not want to let himself down. He will not want to embarrass himself. He will want to make sure that he is, winning, basically. So, yeah, I think it would be good. Pedraza, can we fight later? Is that too late for a watch? It will be for us, yeah. We're fully focused on this tonight, bud. Louis Theroux is there. Yeah, that did just distract me, actually. Louis Theroux getting out of a car. It's always pretty cool, isn't it? People asking when the fight's starting. The show should begin in about 17 minutes' time. Don't forget that the very first fight that's going to open up the show is KSI against Swarmz. Big fight. I can tell you that KSI is coming into that at minus 1,500. Minus 1,500. Swarmz coming in at plus 800. So Swarmz, heavy underdog, but, he's got a chance. He's got a chance. I think his best chance is a knockout, obviously. I mean, I don't think if it goes to the judges, I really don't think Swarmz is outboxing KSI. If it goes to the judges, KSI wins. If it goes to the judges, though, will Swarmz be down on that? I mean, everyone's expecting him to get knocked out. if he takes KSI the distance and then loses on the judges' scorecards, I sort of feel like, all right, you lost. But I sort of feel like you can still walk around with your head held high. I actually think him going to the judges wouldn't be the worst result for Swarmz. So if he's going to win, he's got to catch KSI with something. He's got to catch him. And that means landing the perfect shot at the perfect moment. So I think Swarmz, believe it or not, I think Swarmz' best opportunity is to kind of like hold back, invite KSI onto him and look for an opening. Find an opening and go for it. That's his best. It's a puncher's chance. It's a puncher's chance. But honestly, with 20-odd days worth of training, what else is he meant to do? What else is he meant to do? He ain't going to stand and jab and like weave and barb and footwork and outbox, is he? With only 20 days worth of training. So I think the only thing that he can look to do is invite KSI on, get KSI walking onto you, use a little bit of head movement, a few feints. See, like, if feinting could be really important here, by the way. We haven't even spoke about that. But if Swarmz, like, pretends to throw something and see how KSI reacts, if you, like, go to throw something and KSI does, like, something like this, and all of a sudden shows that there's this whole side here that's completely open, you do that and he does something like this and all of this is exposed, then that means next time, instead of doing that, you go straight for that hook shot and you put that right hook shot in. And so when you throw that right hook shot, it should, hopefully, if he reacts the same way, it should land and could get through and cause a big, big problem. So, yeah, if I was Swarmz, I'd be looking to use lots of feints, trying to, for round one in particular, just download information. If I do this, what does he do? If I do that, what does he do? Let's try that again. Did he do the same thing? No, he didn't. Okay, let's go back to that. He did the same thing there. So that's twice I've done that and he's left an opening. So you're constantly downloading that information in round one. So round one, if I was Swarmz, I'd keep it quite slow, boring, to be honest. There'd be booze. There'd be booze because I would be doing what I need to do, yeah? Forget the audience. I'm doing what I need to do. What I need to do is I need to feint, download that information, find the openings, and then go for it in round two, round three. He's only got 3 rounds to work. And all the time he's doing that, you've got to think that KSI is jabbing away, getting through with shots and causing problems. If it goes the distance, Swarmz loses. So, yeah, he's got a chance, but it's nothing more than a puncher's chance. Jashan said, I just want to say thank you for commentating on the amazing fights. Thank you so much. Jashan, that's really kind, my friend. Shout out to you. Streams are getting taken down, says Amber. That's all right. We're not doing anything wrong. Do you think Deji wins tonight, says Alvin. Do I think Deji wins tonight? I worry about Deji, to be honest. I worry about Deji. I think that Deji is someone that... I think Deji is someone that I really hope can get the victory, but I don't know that he will, to be honest. The problem with Deji is, can he stay disciplined for 4 rounds? Can he stay disciplined for 4 rounds? Can he actually go the distance and see it through? Because I think if it goes to the scorecards, I think he wins. If it goes to the scorecards, I think he gets the victory. But I just don't know that he's going to be able to stay focused, stay disciplined, and get to the scorecards. I just think he wants it so much. I just worry that he's going to be in the fight, in the moment, and he'll throw it away. And he'll do so much stupid, and he'll lose focus, and he'll chase it too much. And, I just think that Fousey has got the potential to land something at some point that is going to cause Deji a problem. But I think, again, the better fighting, better boxing skill, I think, is going to be with Deji. David says, Pedraza's main card starts at 2 a.m. your time. David, shout out to you, buds. Dorknight said, there's no way of worrying you. No. Is anyone streaming the Sam Hyde fight? Sam Hyde, I can't wait for that, man. We were talking about Sam Hyde earlier. Awkward Bozo said Deji could win as long as he combines the defense from the Wasabi fight and the offense from the Vinny Hacker fights. Yeah, it's his. I do agree. I think his defense was very good. I've been very impressed with his defense. His offense, not as much. I think his defense is better. If he can put it all together, though, as you just said, then yes, there is a way forward. The other thing as well, though, is not only does he need to do that, but I think the bigger point that I was making was that he's got to do it across potentially 4 rounds. And to stay that disciplined across 4 rounds is going to be quite tricky. It's going to be tricky because I think he really wants this win, but so does Fousey. And Fousey is ripped, man. He looks really good. Corbin said, I think Swarmz' cardio will prevent him from pushing the pace past round 1. I agree. He's lost 12 kg. So the guy deserves applause for that. But the problem is that by losing all of that weight whilst trying to learn how to box, you know, you're really having to try and do a lot. You're putting your body through a lot. Like, I don't know in what kind of condition he's coming in. I don't know how great he's feeling right now because just imagine his head is spinning, his body is aching. I mean, his body's gone through this massive transformation in the past 20 odd days. You know, and if you're a boxer, your body can kind of get used to that and doing those cycles. But I mean, this is the first time he's ever gone through anything like this. So you're absolutely right. Like, what's his gas tank going to be like? I have absolutely no idea. I'm sure it's a better gas tank than it was 20 days ago. But, you know, what's his boxing skills like? What's his gas tank like? There's big question marks. That's why I just don't think it's right for him to come out like a bull in a china shop, charge forward, because he'll just get caught with something. There'll be an uppercut. There'll be a jab, there'll be a hook, there'll be an overhand, there'll be something that catches him that he'll run onto. So I really think, like, just why run the risk? If plan that you're going to need to go 3 rounds, so stand there. As soon as the bell rings, just stand there. Just kind of get into the center so you're not backed up against the ropes. And plant yourself there and really just invite KSI onto you and, you know, just have KSI do all the work. Jab, trying to keep him away. KSI can be dancing around the outside. Let him use up his energy and, you know, just try and make it as difficult as possible. And as I said, just try and find that one opening. Use your feints. See if, you know, you can get him flinching and presenting some openings. And then if you do spot something, just put everything behind it. Put everything behind, like, you know, a couple of big shots. Because I just don't think he's going to win on a scorecard. I think he can go in there with any game plan he wants. I don't think he wins on a scorecard. Because I just think that KSI is better. He's better. He's a better fighter. He's a better fighter. He's got more experience. He's been doing it longer. He's a better fighter. So in what world is Swarmz going to go in there and win on a scorecard? So instead, I think he needs to try and give himself the best opportunity to reserve his energy, conserve his energy, and just make sure that he's finding those openings. How many rounds is the Pineda fight? 3 rounds. Kev said, DAZN's not working. DAZN not working for you? It's working for me. Are you streaming the fight here? Am I streaming the fight here? No, we're not streaming the fight. I'd say KSI versus Jake does bigger numbers than AJ versus Fury. Do you think KSI would get the scorecard win even if it looks like he lost? Do I think KSI would get the scorecard win even if it looks like he lost? I think that he will get home advantage. So, I mean, look, boxing is a pretty dirty sport. If you're a British fighter and you're fighting in Britain, the judges tend to side with you. And we actually see that in certain states in America as well. Like, if you're from Texas, fighting in Texas, the judges tend to side with you. Like, it's a dirty part of the sport. It's not right. There's different reasons for it, different pressures that are put on. But, yeah, I could definitely see it. I would say if it's close, they'll give it KSI. If it's close, they'll give it KSI. I don't know what happens if say Swarmz by a miracle does win, and we all have Swarmz winning, then I would be very interested to see how the scorecards go then, because if they give it KSI, that'll be very interesting. Because the problem is people will lose confidence in this series, in this promotion. So, like, it's not in their interest to do that. Just, you know, if he loses, he loses. And you've got to go with it. Do you know what I mean? Because otherwise, because they're hoping to do this on a regular basis. If the judges are seen to be, like, crooked, then people just won't tune into this series in the future. When does it start, says Arnie. It starts in about 6 minutes' time. We got Sam Hyde on screen right now. When will it start? About 6 minutes. I'm here for Sam Hyde, said Joel. I'm here for Sam Hyde as well. Can't wait for Sam Hyde. He's just on screen right now. He has been so entertaining. I think he will have won over a lot of new fans, Sam Hyde. I think he definitely has got people's attention in the build towards this. And let's change it over. Is it back? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know why that happens. Annoying. It's never done that before. So, yeah, that's really annoying. So, thank you, Anna. So, yeah, I was saying KSI up first against Swarmz. So, KSI against Swarmz, that's going to be amazing. That is many people's main event. So, really looking forward to that. We thought it was going to be a main event, but it opens the show tonight. I expect KSI to win that by knockout. I'll go knockout, but it might be like round 2, something along those lines. Then you've got Deen the Great taking on Evil Hero. This one, not as excited for, but I do think that Deen the Great is someone to keep an eye on. Deen the Great looks like he's going to be a big player when it comes to like this YouTube boxing world. So Evil Hero not getting a great reaction. Deen the Great, very, very popular. So, yeah, definitely one to keep an eye on. Then you've got Sam Hyde taking on I Am Thompson. So looking forward to that. Sam Hyde, so much fun. But I do think that Sam Hyde has really been, I don't know, he's really been working hard, but I don't know what his cardio is going to look like. I get the feeling that I Am Thompson's going to outlast him. I get the feeling that I Am Thompson's going to have much better cardio, and he's going to be able to take this fight deeper into the deep waters. So, yeah, that's one that I'm keeping an eye on. I'm really looking forward to seeing Sam Hyde, but I think Sam loses. Then you've got Salt Papi taking on Andy Warski. I think most people are going to be with Salt Papi on that one, hoping that Salt Papi can get the victory. Andy Warski's definitely got followers and definitely got people that are backing him, but I do think Salt Papi is going to get the win. The only thing I would say, and I did mention it earlier, Salt Papi does leave himself open. He gets overconfident. We saw it in his last fight. He gets overconfident. So Salt Papi definitely needs to ensure he's not getting carried away. Then you've got King Kenny against FaZe Sensei. Both of them looking in great condition, great shape. Both of them looking like just fantastic athletes. And they're very respectful of each other. Really like that. Really like the respect they've shown. I know a lot of people want the drama, love the drama. Totally understand that. But I really like the respect that they've been showing each other. And I think it's really cool. That's a fight I'm really looking forward to. Then we go into Deji. Deji against Fousey. Lots of people excited for that one. That's one that's had lots of beef to it. And not only that, but I think Deji is just so popular. People really want him to win. And that's like our Coco main event. Then we go into our co-main event, which is FaZe Temperrr against Slim. Lots of bad blood there. FaZe Temperrr beating King Kenny by controversial decision. Slim is, I think, 3-0. So very successful when it comes to YouTuber boxing. And then, of course, our main event, KSI, in his second fight of the evening, taking on Alcaraz Pineda. So, yeah, every fight delivers something tonight. They've put on a really good card. Really good card. Matt, shout out to you. Matt, when you watch a solid UFC card, you appear to express a great sense of gladiatorial lust. Do YouTube fights provide the same visceral emotion? Well, to be honest, we'll find out. I mean, I would imagine it's going to be a very different experience, but we have watched YouTube boxing before. We've obviously done all the Jake Paul fights. We did KSI against Logan, both of them. We didn't do the US against the UK. To be honest, I think it clashed with another event. Good week to do this, by the way. No UFC this week. So no UFC tonight. It is literally just what we've got here. So, yeah, it's something that I'm looking forward to watching. I don't know that it's going to spark any visceral emotions, but who knows? I can't say. I hope it does. I tell you what, though, I expect to be entertained. That's what I expect. I don't know that I'll be blown away by skill because we watch a lot of boxing. We watch a lot of just absolutely fantastic fighters in UFC, in boxing, just in various different streams that we do. So I don't know that I'm tuning in with an expectation of being blown away by skill, but I expect to be entertained, and I think I will be entertained. We're just seeing Keemstar, and we've got True Geordie. There's lots of people on the entrance stage at the moment, just hyping up the show. Obviously, they're going to talk for a little bit because we are getting towards our first fight, and our first fight is KSI. Our first fight is KSI, and, you know, what a way to open the show. The good thing about the two fights is that, you know, you've got a banger to open the show with. You always want to open the show with a bang. Always want to open the show with something eye-catching, exciting, get the crowd going. And, I mean, there is literally no better way of doing that than by putting KSI out there. Hurry up, it's on. It's not started yet. KSI is on first. True Geordie is a big old boy. He is indeed. Yeah, True Geordie. I'm surprised he hasn't given it a go, to be honest. I'm surprised that I think a lot of people would like to see him have a go at the YouTube boxing stuff. Don't know if they could find someone to take him on, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's ever expressed an interest or anything. He's been involved in this from the start, though. I've seen him, obviously, he was doing kind of hosting duties for KSI Logan 2, I believe. So, yeah, they are on the entrance stage at the moment. We're just seeing Chris Eubank Jr., which is kind of cool that he's there. As we said, a few celebrities in the crowd as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing lots of other influencers. Obviously, this is a younger crowd than what you would see at like a normal boxing event, and that's exciting. You know, they talk a lot about how these events bring people into boxing. And Joe Weller was saying earlier, he gets stopped all the time. And people say, like, you know, you and KSI got me into boxing. I wasn't watching it before, but I watch it now. And he was saying, like, you know, it's really cool that they're having such a positive impact on the world of boxing. We're just seeing the face-to-faces, the weigh-ins. KSI just laughing in the face of Pineda. But Days is streaming the reactions. Yes. True Geordie would eat me alive, says Edwards. Let's have a look, shall we, at our poll. We've been doing this poll. We've been live now for nearly an hour and a half. And we've had just over 3,000 votes. So a massive shout out to everyone out there that's voted. Keep your votes coming in. Be very, very interesting. We will change the poll as soon as the first fight is done, because obviously we'll have part of our answer. But so far, 75% of you think that KSI will win both of his fights. 19% of you think that he's only going to win the one fight. And 6% of you think that he will lose both fights. I can tell you right now, lots of empty seats. Lots of empty seats inside the O2 arena. The whole floor section is pretty empty. Don't know why, to be honest, because KSI, it's sold out. It's sold out. There, we are seeing a shot in the crowd. You can see that the stands are filling up, but seems like, I don't know, did people not get the memo that KSI is going to open the show? Because there are plenty of empty seats at the moment, which, you know, you would expect for a normal boxing event where you work your way through the undercard. But KSI having his first fight against Swarmz, and I don't think it's going to be that far away. We're probably looking about 10 minutes maybe, because we've got to get going. We've got, you know, all these fights to get through. So the stage, for those of you that haven't seen what the stage is like, very, very simple. Just a black, quite long stage. And it's just got like a screen behind, entranceway in the middle. Screen goes all the way across. And that's that. It's not really much to it. We've got KSI against Pineda for 3 rounds. Pineda is pulling a face at the moment, trying to look angry. Don't know why he's doing that. But yeah, they've got an angry-looking Pineda picture on screen for us. He looked like a 12-year-old who had just had his sweets removed because he's been naughty. That's how he came across in his picture. So we're seeing backstage at the O2. We're seeing various different people arriving, like Swarmz. And obviously plenty of cameras backstage, all of this being recorded for various YouTube videos. So we do have Swarmz backstage. And we've already seen Sam Hyde. But yeah, everyone will be there by now, of course. It's all good until KSI loses both fights, says Mysterious. It hasn't started yet. The show's began, but no fights have started, no. Jay says KSI against Swarmz will start in about 10 to 15 for those that are asking. KSI is in the building. KSI arrived at 5:01 British Standard Time. So KSI arriving a couple of hours ago at the O2. So we are just seeing footage of KSI backstage. Smile on his face. He's looking cool, calm, collected, as you would imagine. So KSI, of course, already there. His first fight coming up very, very soon. Duncan said, who do you think will win? I am going to say KSI wins the first by knockout or technical knockout, one or the other. Either the ref will stop it or KSI will stop it. I think Deen the Great will beat Evil Hero. So I've got Deen the Great winning in that one. Then I'm going to go with I Am Thompson. I really, really want Sam Hyde to win. Sam Hyde, I think, has been very entertaining. So much fun. But I do worry that the longer it goes on, his gas tank's going to go. He's a big guy, and he's bigger than I Am Thompson. But I think if I Am Thompson can just wear him out, just get him moving around quite a bit, I could see Sam Hyde gassing out. I can see Sam Hyde gasping for air, really struggling. Like once we get into the third round, fourth round, things along those lines, I'm going to go with I Am Thompson. Salt Papi against Andy Warski. I'm going to go with Salt Papi. I think Salt Papi has got previous experience. I think he is, I don't know, I can't say he's a great fighter, but he's all right. He's all right. He's someone that I watched his last fight, and he was all right. I do think he presents openings, and I do think if you're Andy Warski, you could go into this with a degree of confidence. If you have the right game plan and the right training, I think you could go in there thinking, he's going to give me some openings. But I just don't know if Andy Warski is going to be able to exploit those openings. I don't know if he's good enough to land anything and exploit the openings. Then you've got King Kenny against FaZe Sensei. This is hard. King Kenny against FaZe Sensei. This could go decision. I think it could even be a split decision. And I think it could be really, really close. I'm going to go with King Kenny. I think it's really close, though. And I think that is the fight. I can't say it's the fight I'm most excited for, because actually the fight I'm most excited for is Sam Hyde. He's entertained me so much in the build to this that I can't wait to see his fight. But King Kenny against FaZe Sensei, that's the one I'm expecting to be the best actual boxing fight. Then you've got Deji against Fousey. This is one that people really want to know how it's going to go. I am leaning Fousey. I'm not confident with it. I'm not certainly not 100% Fousey. I'm probably like 55-45 for Fousey. I think that Deji is the better boxer. I think if it goes to the scorecards, Deji wins. I don't know why. I can't shake it. I can just see Deji getting caught. I can see him getting caught with some. I don't know why, but like when your gut is telling you something and you can't ignore it. I'm just getting that. I'm just getting this feeling that Fousey's going to win by catching Deji with something. I want Deji to win. I'm Team Deji, right? I'm Team Deji, but he's going to get caught with something. I really think he's going to get caught with something. I think he's going to be 0-4. So I'm going to go with Fousey, but I'm 55-45. I am not confident on that prediction, but there's just something in my gut saying Fousey. Then we go to the co-main, FaZe Temperrr against Slim. This is going to be really interesting. Hard to predict. Slim's not a bad little boxer, actually. He's got some skill. FaZe did well against King Kenny, and he was awarded the victory in the end. Slim's coming in with a lot of confidence. Is he coming in with too much confidence? I'm going to go with FaZe. I'm going to go with FaZe Temperrr, beating Slim, but Slim could get the job done there. That's another one I'm not wildly confident on. Main event, feel pretty good that KSI will win it. I think he wins it by decision. Pineda, don't know loads about him. He is a professional boxer. He's got a record of 2 wins and 5 losses. He has lost the last 4, and all of those 4 were TKOs. So, he's definitely someone that I am aware of, think has got some skill, has got maybe the ability to cause some problems, but I think KSI is going to have too much for him. So, I'm going to go with KSI. I'm going to go KSI with decision. Hurry up. Yeah, they're talking for a bit, but I suppose that's just so people can order it. They haven't missed anything. Maybe if the first fight wasn't KSI, we'd be getting to the action a little quicker. But, we're taking a little bit of time here as we're obviously got KSI Swarmz, which is a massive first fight. Days, are you a KSI fan tonight? I can't know. No, to be honest. I can't class myself as a KSI fan because I don't watch any of his stuff. I'm not a KSI hater either, though. But I am watching this event basically to see, how it plays out. I think KSI is a massive star. I think that the card looks good. Will it bother me in the slightest if KSI lost both fights? Nope. Wouldn't bother me at all. So I can't say I'm a KSI fan. I can't say that it would bother me. If he wins both, it equally won't bother me. If he wins both, brilliant. I'll be pleased for the KSI fans. If he loses both, fine. I'll move on with my life very easily. It's really no problem to me. So I suppose I'm in a very fortunate position where I'm just impartial, which is kind of really nice. Danny, shout out to you. Danny said, "What's up? What's up? Hope you're doing well, Danny." What is up? Well, I'll tell you what's up. We're at the O2 Arena, and we are getting ready for our very first fight of the night. Lots of excitement out there. Things are getting a little bit closer. We've got a lovely sweeping camera shot at the moment as we're just looking around the O2, which is filling up. I would say the fans that are in the stands around the side definitely starting to fill those up, but maybe the VIP more expensive seats, those are still looking quite empty at the moment. But on stage, True Geordie, Keemstar, Chris Eubank Jr. as well. So, we've got obviously a lot going. We're backstage with Swarmz, and, he's got his gloves on. He's just getting ready, the final preparation. So, as we said, shouldn't be too much longer. Ryan said, did Man United win? They did win, yes. Can we watch it through sunglasses that you've got? I don't have any sunglasses that allow me to play video. So, unfortunately, that is not an option. Alana says, hello. Chat is capping. It started already. Not true. We're backstage with Swarmz. Swarmz is being interviewed at the moment. And he's just kind of looking cool, calm, collected. But, we should be getting started very soon. Nod King says, hurry up. KSI said he would pay to fight Joe Weller tonight. Thoughts? He was only joking. I did see him say that on the pre-show, but he's not going to, he joked that he would do another third fight and he would pay to keep the O2 open a little bit longer. But that ain't happening, is it? It's something that he is going to want you to pay for, basically. So he won't just do like a fight against Joe Weller. You've got curfews and everything like that to take into account. People need to get home. Not only that, but him against Joe Weller would do another how many buys on a pay-per-view. So, you tease it and you do things like that for today, but you don't do the actual fight. So, you won't be getting that. 100% you won't be getting that. I can't say that you won't be getting any little back and forth between them, though. There could be a little bit of argy-bargy. There could be a little bit of heated exchanges, but certainly no fight. Is he doing good? Yeah, everyone's doing good, thanks, Kenzie. Everyone's well. Swarmz is doing well. He's very confident and very relaxed. We haven't heard from KSI yet. So can't say what frame of mind KSI is in, but I think if you're a KSI fan, then you probably know what frame of mind is in. I'd imagine he's very cool, calm, collected, probably laughing his head off backstage. I would imagine that as the fight gets closer, he starts to get a bit more focused. But because this is, look, at the end of the day, once the talking is done, you are in a ring with the world watching, and it's a very lonely place. Very lonely. I mean, all this talk and all your bodyguards and everyone around you and all the beef and all the pushing and the shoving. When that bell rings, it's you, a referee, and your opponent and the world watching. And it's showtime. So it's, do you know what I mean? It's a very lonely place. And I would imagine that KSI is probably starting to get himself into the right frame of mind. And that's something that I think, a lot of these YouTuber boxers can make a mistake with. They can come down trying to put on a show. Even during their entrances, they can be trying to put on a show as they're making their way down, like dancing, like kind of wasting a bit of energy and everything. And I understand that it's important to entertain the fans and it's important to make an impression, but you've got to kind of turn that off to a degree, because you need to be fully focused on your opponent. And it'll be interesting as to who can do that, who struggles to do that. Does it cost them the fight? There's lots of things to keep an eye on. So, yeah, you might get some big entrances. And if you do, cool. But, can they then follow it up with some big performances as well? Has the fight started? No fights yet. So KSI against Swarmz is going to be the first one, but we've not had that yet. We're just waiting to see when we're going to go to it. At the moment, we're just hearing from Chris Eubank Jr., who's just talking about, what it's like to fight at the O2, what it's like to compete in front of a crowd, the nerves you have before you come out, all that kind of stuff. What do you think how KSI will win against the Mexican, says Losbelair. So Pineda is someone that's he's not really on many people's radars because he's a bit of a journeyman, to be honest. He won a couple of fights back in 2017, I believe, and then he's lost his last 4. So, and he only tends to fight like once a year. So he's not really on anyone's radar. He is someone that I think has been selected because he will be, I don't want to say an easy challenge, but he is a professional boxer. He has got wins, and I think that it ticks those boxes because KSI wants to face a professional boxer, but he doesn't want to face a professional boxer that's 0 and 100. Do you know what I mean? Like, he wants to face someone that at least has got a victory and has earned a win as a professional boxer. So I think they've selected this guy very carefully. This is someone that tends to fight at lower weight classes. So he is coming up in weight. So, this is a very comfortable weight for KSI. But this is a big weight for Pineda. So I think that it's designed to provide KSI with the talking points that he needs. And a challenge, definitely a challenge, but it's one that he should be able to deal with. So I am expecting him to get the win. We are seeing a giant prime, someone in a prime costume. KSI says he's hungry and he wants KOs. And as he's talking to the camera, there is someone in a giant prime bottle in the background. So I have to think when KSI makes his way down to the ring, there's probably going to be giant prime bottles behind him. I don't know if it's just the one or if there's an army. KSI said tonight is about legacy, and he's going to show you what his legacy is all about. So KSI said he wants to go in and he wants to enjoy himself. The question was, do you want to go in and play around and have a bit of fun? And KSI is like, no, man, I want to go in. I want to enjoy myself. Again, you've got to be careful with that. I mean, if he goes in and enjoys himself against Swarmz, he could get caught with something, clipped with something. But not only that, like, he's using energy that he will need against Pineda. So, look, he wants to put on a show. He wants to entertain. But he wants 2 wins as well, and it's tricky. So KSI looking for the knockout, and he is very, very confident. So we hear from KSI. A fan made it and wants to walk out with him, says Mark. Oh, is that true? A fan made the Prime bottle. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. They've got a ring announcer that won a competition as well, I saw. So Michael Buffer's going to be doing some work tonight, but there's also like a 16-year-old kid that won a competition, and he's been all over, like, the buy-ins and the kickoff shows and everything and the press conferences. And he was saying that apparently there was a competition where you submitted a video to try and be like the ring announcer, and this kid submitted it and got the call, basically. So, yeah, cool. Really, I'd imagine there was thousands of people that entered that, so he did very well winning that. The fan is there dressed as the Prime Bottle, yeah, in the background, yeah. Yeah, it looked good as well. If the fans made that costume, it looks amazing. It looks like it's properly done. So, unless that was like a real one, and then the fans got their own one, and he's going to come out as well. I don't know, but yeah, it did look cool. Makes sense as well. I hope KSI gets KO'd, said British Soundboard Pranks. Talking about wanting to have fun in the boxing ring. What a melt. Nathaniel Diaz, KOs Chimaev, cold in round 4, says Ramin. In other news, I think Bray will come back at Clash, says Jake. Who have you got, Jake Paul or KSI, says Amanda/Nick. I am going with, right now, Jake Paul. He's got more experience, and I think that if that fight does happen, and I hope it does, it'd be crazy big. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Jake Paul. Now I know that's probably going to upset many people that are here, because I'd imagine most people here are KSI fans. But let me just say, only reason I'm saying that, we haven't seen KSI in 3 years. How can I pick KSI when we just have not seen him compete? I've watched Jake take on, Deji, Nate Robinson, Ben Askren, Tyron Woodley twice. I've seen 5 fights from Jake Paul against some good opposition, actually. I mean, taking on Woodley, fair play. Taking on Woodley, gotta give him props for getting that knockout. Even KSI gives him props for that knockout. So gotta go with Jake Paul at the moment, but we'll get a better idea after tonight. We'll get a much better idea after tonight as to where KSI is. Malik said, if KSI gets 2 knockouts, does that make him look prepared for Jake? I think that if he gets 2 knockouts, it definitely is going to massively help the argument that he's ready for Jake. Whether 2 knockouts here means that he is ready for Jake is something completely different, because don't forget, he's taking on someone that's only had about 20 days of boxing training. When it comes to Swarmz, he doesn't belong in a boxing ring, right? That first fight could be embarrassing. This one against Swarmz could be embarrassing, because I don't know what game plan Swarmz has got. I don't know what cardio Swarmz has got. I don't know what boxing ability Swarmz has got. He might be rubbish on all of those, and he could get found out real quick. Because as I said, as soon as you step inside and you're on your own, you get found out quick. If you do not have the skills to back up what you've been saying, you get found out quick. And I do think that Swarmz definitely could be found out here. So that, I don't know if you're going to learn much from it. I mean, if KSI can get a knockout, look, getting a knockout's always cool. So if he can get a knockout, great. I hope he does. I expect him to. I think it's the one later against Pineda that will teach us more. I feel that it's the fight against Pineda that we will learn more about where we are with KSI and if he's ready for Jake Paul. And I definitely think that's one that people are going to really kind of tear apart, analyze, dig into. What have we learned type. I expect you to see a lot of what have we learned type videos following this event. So yeah, we'll see. I'm looking forward to it, but yeah, hard to say. Deji will definitely win with Fousey. If I'm wrong, then so be it, says Yusuf. If KSI wins his fight, will become better than Jake, says Jennifer. No, I don't think so. I mean, if he beats Swarmz, I don't see that as a massive achievement, because Swarmz has had about 20 days of boxing experience. So I think even diehard KSI fans are expecting him to beat Swarmz. I think it's the one against Pineda that's going to really show us where KSI is. If he beats... Now listen, if he knocks Pineda out in the first round, I do think that's a statement. The best that KSI can do here is really 2 first-round knockouts and make it look easy. I mean, saying he wants to go in and have fun and all this kind of stuff, great. But I think really go in there, get 2 first-round knockouts. If I expect him to finish the fight with Storms, if he can knock out Pineda early, like, that is impressive. That is impressive. If I think about what I'm looking for, if he's going to impress me, I'm looking for 2 stoppages. 2 stoppages. That's what I'm looking for. It's a high bar. It's a very high bar because he's only got 3 rounds to do it in. He hasn't got tons of time. But what I'm expecting is 1 stoppage and a decision. I think he gets a decision against Pineda. So if he gets 2 stoppages, that will exceed my expectation and I will be impressed. What's happening now? They went backstage. They spoke to KSI. We have just run through the card and the graphics of all the fights we've got coming up tonight. They keep showing sweeping shots of the O2. And now we're just back on stage again with True Geordie, Chris Eubank Jr. and Keemstar. We're just on stage with those guys. Lots of talking about what it takes to succeed, talking about how confident everyone looks, just really running through the kind of stuff you would expect on like a pre-show, really. It kind of feels like the first half an hour of this show has been a pre-show. This is the kind of thing you would expect on the pre-show, on the buy-in. But instead, it's featured in the first half an hour. Again, the reason why they're doing this is they want that arena as full as possible for when KSI comes out for his first fight. So making you wait. And don't forget, the fights aren't going to be that long. The first fight's only 3 rounds, and that's if it goes that far. So, we might not be in for the longest of evenings when the fights do get started. So just killing a bit of time. Do you think the fights will go on YouTube after? Yeah, but at what? Not straight after. I would imagine that there's probably like some kind of an embargo or something. I would guess it will be a case that the knockouts and key moments will be all over social media. There'll be no stopping that. And key moments and knockouts and whatever, they will go on to social media. And I can imagine them getting taken down, officially going onto YouTube. I don't know when that will happen, but I do expect them to officially go onto YouTube at some point. But I think these are the zones for a certain period of time. I've got Swarmz winning, says Shankar. W2 is soccer football at the O2. Stream update. Nothing happening. It's they're just talking on stage at the moment, so nothing to report. But we keep saying it. We should be going over to it soon. They've already made us wait half an hour, so we are seeing some movement now. We've got Michael Buffer, United Kingdom national anthem. So Alice Cubay, never heard of her. Alice Cubay is doing the national anthem for the UK. Okay, so she is doing the UK national anthem. We're just seeing inside the O2, there's still quite a few empty seats, but it is sold out. They have reported that the O2 is sold out today. It looks good. It's got a big fight feel to it. Lovely camera angles. She's in quite a glittery dress as well. She's looking very sharp. Looks like she's just come from the Oscars. Michael Buffer always looks great. So Michael Buffer in there. Got the Union flag being displayed on the screens, but we should be underway with this soon. God Save the Queen has been sung. Starting to fill up. Definitely more seats filled up on the ground level than there was earlier. Okay, here we go. Tail of the tape then. So KSI is 29. Swarmz is 25. KSI is 6 foot tall. Swarmz is 5'8". KSI is 180. Swarmz is 199, nearly 20 pounds heavier. KSI has got a 76-inch reach. Swarmz has got a 77-inch reach. So Swarmz actually has got a 1-inch reach advantage. So KSI, the opener and the closer here. 3-round fight. There's Swarmz. Swarmz is walking down the corridor backstage. He's got a black robe on. I think the crowd can see him on screen. There's a few boos that are audible. But Swarmz, black robe. Michael Buffer about to introduce Swarmz. Swarmz has won. Has it started yet? No, it's not started yet. Why is everyone saying KSI broke his hand? No idea. Certainly no reports of that. So Michael Buffer is announcing. It's just a pause in proceedings. Here we go. Right, making his entrance to the ring. Swarmz gets announced. Boos for Swarmz. Swarmz walks out. Black gloves, black robe, black trunks. Making his way down to the ring. Obviously, Swarmz, a replacement for Alex Wasabi. Swarmz, so the walkway is elevated. The ring walk is elevated and it's straight to the ring. He looks all right. He's got a little smile on his face. He seems to be taking it in. And there we go, straight to the ring walk. So no ring steps or anything like that. The platform just takes you straight from the stage. It's elevated, you go right into the ring, and Swarmz is in the ring. He's looking focused. KSI about to make his ring walk. We'll see what he's got in store. We are expecting a giant prime bottle to be walking down with KSI. Nearly 7,500 votes right now. 76% of you think that KSI is going to win both of his fights. 19% of you think that he'll win one. 5% think he loses both. Here we go. KSI getting his intro. KSI backstage. There is a giant prime bottle walking behind him. KSI with a black robe as well. It says KSI in yellow outline lettering. So here is KSI. He's backstage. We haven't seen him come out yet. He's about to step out. What annoys me, Fousey, that Fousey still has his beard and Deji can't uppercut his chin. Let's go, KSI, said B-Bros. KSI the Nightmare, says John. Okay, we've got a live performance in ring right now for KSI's entrance. Okay, so KSI, a big cheer as KSI walks out. There's the prime bottle as well. The prime bottle in the background is going like this to KSI. It's kind of like, here he is. I love the fact that the prime bottles get in the crowd like this. Come on. KSI having a look around, taking it in. That is true. Over 50 million followers across all of his platforms. One of the biggest stars in the world. KSI steps out. And look at this. Absolutely soaking it up right now. So KSI making his way down to the ring. It's just him and the Prime bottle. And I should imagine Logan's loving this. Okay, KSI inside the ring. When's the fight starting? It should be starting any minute. KSI chants ringing out around the O2. So if you are just joining us, KSI is inside the ring. Storms is inside the ring. Ring walk is not the longest. It's the same as you would expect in an arena. It's not like a stadium or anything like that. You can make that walk relatively quickly. But what a way to open the show with KSI inside the ring. Michael Buffer is just going through the official intros. So this is going to be 3 rounds if you are just joining us. 3 rounds of action. We'll obviously be scoring it as it's going along. We did well, very well with the scoring for Joshua against Usyk last week. So we should be able to get this there or thereabouts. Come on, JJ says Galactic GD. KSI's entrance was horrible, says Ace WWE. Dub SI says crazier than craze. Johnny, shout out to you. Mr. Jacob Goat says KSI, KSI. Edward said, I am kind of nervous. Luke said, who is KSI? He's got 50 million followers across social media. And he's a music star as well. But so is Swarmz. They've actually done a track together. They've worked together and there's a bit of beef there. Don't know how real that beef is, but I mean, there's every chance after this they're hugging afterwards. That dude in the Prime outfit, man. From Watford, England, KSI getting his introduction. Getting your final predictions, guys. Final predictions. What do you think's about to happen here? How do you think this is about to go? What are you expecting? Final predictions. KSI face to face with Swarmz right now. Protect yourselves at all time. Nice, clean boxing. Good luck, boys. Here we go. The referee has had his final say. People are getting in their thoughts. We are about to get underway with round number 1. Swarmz against KSI. Swarmz is very confident. This is the moment they've both been waiting for. They're both pacing. Looking very, very focused. Back in their corners. About to get underway. Referee just making his final checks. Here we go. First round, we are underway. Bell, sound, Swarmz in the center. So we're already seeing the jab being worked by KSI. It's a lovely right hand by KSI already. Oh, and again, and he drives Swarmz back. Couple of big hands by KSI. Yeah, he does have happy feet. Look, he keeps throwing this. He keeps spamming this overhand right, Swarmz. Swarmz is getting backed up a little bit. He's just constantly, his only form of attack is this big overhand right. KSI is... big hand, right hand by KSI. Swarmz goes back against the ropes. He's backed into the corner, but that's good head movement. Good head movement by Swarmz, getting out of the way. Another big shot there by KSI. Every time a shot is thrown, Swarmz just looks like he goes into a panic. He like this right hand that he's throwing is so unorthodox. He's constantly getting backed against the ropes. KSI unloading. Shot to the back of the head there. KSI edging this, winning this so far. Swarmz just seems to be in... Swarmz is living up to his name. He's just in a bit of a panic, swarming around the edge of the ring. But he just keeps throwing this overhand. Big KSI chants breaking out in the arena. KSI looking very composed. He's constantly getting Swarmz up against the ropes. Went to the body. Jabbing away. Another shot to the body. And again. Swarmz is doing what he can to just get out of the way. And he stumbles back again. He's complaining to the ref. He's covering up against the ropes. KSI has got him down. Swarmz goes down. Swarmz goes down in the first. Swarmz goes down in the first. He's back to his feet. KSI has got Swarmz backing up. He's got Swarmz constantly in retreat mode. At the moment, it is 10-8. KSI. 10-8 rounds at the moment. 40-odd seconds to go. KSI comes out. He's looking very composed. Again, he's trying to go to the body. KSI's keeping his hands really low here. He's got to be careful because one of those big overhands could come over and just crack him, but he is unloading to the body. Swarmz is in full-on retreat mode. We're at 15 seconds left in the first round. Swarmz already has been down. He stumbles. Swarmz swumbles. That was a trip by Swarmz. This is a 10-8 round for KSI, and we're out of the first. Out of the first. Easy KSI round. Easy KSI round. KSI is getting him. Yeah, he's just got him in full retreat mode, man. Swarmz is just constantly on the outside, just constantly, like, moving around. He's in retreat. Swarmz is running. Full-on retreat from Swarmz. KSI, very relaxed, standing in the center, just looking very composed. Yeah, Swarmz just doesn't want to stand and exchange. Swarmz, just lots of... Swarmz's big form of attack is that, like, massive overhand that he's been spamming, but it ain't going to work. To be fair, he lasted a round, says Crazier Than Crazy. He did last a round. Right, here we go. Bell sounds in... timeout. The bell did just go. Swarmz is not getting out of his corner. He does step up now. Referee saying, come on. Swarmz did not want to get out of his corner there. Swarmz was not eager to get going. Here we go. KSI steps forwards. And I think we're going to see more of the same here. This is going to be a tough round for Swarmz. Oh, he gets caught. Swarmz goes down again. Swarmz down for a second time. Referee is counting. Swarmz looking at his corner. I don't think he wants to go on. The ref has called it. The ref has called it. KSI wins. KSI wins. KSI has won that first one. It's a TKO win. Round 2. And, of course, he has some prime to rehydrate. So, yeah, KSI has won early in round 2. I don't think that's going to come as a big surprise to people. I expected him to get a finish. I think a lot of people expected him to get a finish. It was as comfortable as what I think people were thinking. And that is why... Oh, there's blood coming down the nose of Swarmz. But that is why there's 2 fights tonight. Because if that had been just our main event and that was it, there could be people complaining. So let's get a winner's scroll going, shall we? A homeless person could have won against Swarmz. Man, he was in full-on retreat mode for the majority of that fight. He, I don't know. Look, he got out of the first round, so I can't say that he let himself down. He got out of the first round, but I mean, honestly, I don't know what we learned. I really don't know what we learned there. Let's go. 3-0. Light work. He got blooded up. It was all KSI. KSI absolutely dominating. He 10-8'd the first round, and it took him next to no time in that second round. And you could tell, I mean, you really could tell that Swarmz did not want to come out for that second round. "28 seconds of the second round. 28 seconds. The Nightmare gets it done. KSI gets it done. So KSI is awarded the ICB Cruiserweight belt. I believe he'll be defending that in the main event against Pineda. KSI said he was moving quite a bit. He was doing some twirly spin arounds. Yeah, he said as soon as he tasted my power, he knew that he didn't want any more. So True Geordie is interviewing him and says, next up, it's a pro fighter. How are you feeling? KSI says, it's just good to be back. Thank you for having me. True Geordie said, Swarmz, you did fantastically well considering. I had to learn how to box. He said, give me more time, I'll take on anyone. He got... He said, you've got to remember, this guy came to me 2 weeks ago, didn't know how to box, he had to lose 10 kilos. So there we go. First fight done. And yeah, I mean, look, he's walking away. He gets put down twice. He took it into the second round, early into the second round. I think it's pretty much what we were expecting. That was just a mockery of boxing, says Q Uchi. He knocked Swarmz out, says Jaden. Yeah, Chris Eubank Jr. said, I'm a bit disappointed with that stoppage. He could have got up. Yeah, it is true. He wasn't finished. You should have given a little bit more. It's true because he was down and he looks over to his corner. He looks over to his corner as if to say, shall I bother? What do you think? I am getting battered. And he just, like, he didn't want any more. This is like King of the Ring with him pulling double duty. Wrestle with Andy. Hello, Bert. Hope you're well. Shout out to you. Noob said, who won? KSI won. KSI beat Swarmz. Easy. beat him, dominated him in round 1, and then it took all of 20 seconds of round 2. So, done. KSI, I mean, honestly, I don't. He's going to feel great. That was a little warm up. That was a little warm up. He's going to be fresh as a daisy for Pineda. So Pineda will obviously have been able to watch that and will have a bit of a understanding of, you know, kind of what to expect. He knew he wasn't going to win, so he pulled out to avoid injury, says Trevor. I think KSI just let him last a round, so Swarmz didn't have to delete his socials, says Crazier Than Craze. Is KSI undefeated? He is undefeated because he drew the first fight against Logan and then he won the rematch and he beat Weller. So, yeah, I believe he is undefeated. When will the Pineda fight start? Well, that is our main event. So, yeah, we're a long way from that, unfortunately. But saying that, we've got a great card. I mean, we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got about 6 fights to go to now before we actually get to KSI against Pineda. But I'm looking forward to these fights. These fights actually have had, it's quite a good, fun little undercard. I really do like the fact that we've started with KSI and Swarmz because even though it wasn't a great fight at all, and Swarmz just shouldn't have been in the ring. It was exciting to see KSI come out at the start. It was an exciting way to start this show. It got everyone fired up, everyone excited. It set the thing off on the right footing. And now, you know, the ball is rolling. And we've got another KSI performance to look forward to. Hopefully one that's going to test him more. I would think even KSI fans, hardcore KSI fans, would like to see him being tested a little bit. I mean, I understand it's fun to see your guy just smash someone around, but yeah, I think it would be good to see him like tested, see what his defense is like, see him getting backed up a little bit himself, see him getting hit and having to weather some storms, like, you know, see him in a fight. That just didn't even feel like a fight, did it? But it's not KSI's fault, is it? You know, I think KSI knew that though, which is why we've got these 2 fights. So. How was KSI's technique? You honestly can't really judge a great deal, to be honest. What I would say is that he had a good stance. He was throwing jabs. He was looking quite clean, crisp. Everything was looking fine. But it was him just chasing after someone that was running away from him. Like, I know that sounds harsh on Swarmz, but that's what was happening. Like, Swarmz was just like on the outside. Swarmz would stand his ground a few moments and then like spam these overhand rights. Like he would try and throw these big overhand bombs. But when that wasn't working, he was then running. And so that meant that KSI was having to like kind of chase after him. But he was still doing it in a composed way. It's not like he was running after him with his arms flailing around. So technique-wise, there's just not a great deal you can actually take from that. Certainly in regards to like defense or anything. I mean, he managed to avoid the overhand shots, but you know, any kind of feinting work, footwork, anything like that was non-existent from Swarmz. It was non-existent. Swarmz's strategy was to go in there and just throw these big overhands and hope one connected. That was it. And when they didn't, run away. That was his strategy. So not loads that we could learn from it. I think we'll learn more from the main event. KSI broke the curse of saying, I'm going to shock the world, bro, and then lose. Right, we'll go into our next fight. And I think our next fight might be... I don't think we've got a graphic for our next one. It's quite low down on the card. I think it is the Deen the Great one. Yeah. Deen the Great against Evil Hero. So Evil Hero coming in with a 2-inch reach advantage and is 6 pounds heavier. Deen the Great is more experienced, even though he's 8 years younger. So Hoss Rocket. Don't know who he is. No, No Michael Buffer on this one, but Deen the Great against Evil Hero. What we can do is put a poll up for each fight, actually. Might as well do that. So we've had 11,000 votes, and 77% of people think that KSI is going to win both. Let's see what people think on this one. Will it be Deen the Great, or will it be Evil Hero? Who gets the victory on this one? Was KSI versus Swarmz the first fight? It was, yes, it was. Deen the Great is going to win, said Mr. Jacob Goat. Did KSI knock him out cold? No. He knocked him down. He wasn't out. He had Swarmz down. Swarmz then looked over to his corner and was like, shall I get back up or should I just stay down? And he just didn't. He just stayed down. That's why Chris Eubank Jr. was saying, I think that Swarmz had more to give. I think Swarmz could have gone longer. Like, he had more in the tank, but he kind of gave up. Right, Deen the Great. Already in the ring. We don't get ring walks for these guys. So, Deen the Great already inside the ring, as is Evil Hero. So, no big entrances for these guys. We should be underway very, very soon. Deen the Great has got pink and blue trunks on. Evil Hero has got white. And I think he's got gold lettering. Referee just having a few words. We're going to be underway with this one very, very soon. I think Deen the Great's going to get this personally. We've had just over 300 votes and 80-20 in favor of Deen the Great at the moment. Keep your votes coming in. We'll see where we get to with that. But we are about to get underway here with our second fight of the evening. Fight number 2, 3 rounds. And we're about to get underway with round number 1. And here we go. Deen the Great comes straight out into the center. And Evil Hero covering up. Lovely little body shot there. Quick hands by Deen the Great. Quick hands by Deen the Great. Lovely body shot. But when he throws the body shot, he's leaving himself open. And he has been clipped a few times by Evil Hero. The two clinching up. Evil Hero again trying to jab away. Evil Hero doing better than I was expecting. That was a big left hand by Evil Hero. Couple of jabs coming back here by Deen the Great into the clinch. And little uppercut whilst they're in the clinch. Referee coming in, separating them apart. Quite close in the first stages of this one. Between Deen the Great and Evil Hero. Evil Hero looking to go to the body. His hands are very low. Uppercut there by Evil Hero. Evil Hero has got to be very, very careful in the clinch. And he tries to kind of hurl him round there, Deen the Great. Referee is having a word with Deen the Great, saying that you can't do that. When you're clinching up, you can't go throwing your opponent around. Oh, down goes Evil Hero. Evil Hero goes down, but he's right back up to his feet. I don't think Evil Hero had got himself composed after he got, thrown. And there's a shot that goes straight down the middle. Evil Hero spamming. The right hand is down again. It's all Deen the Great at the moment. Evil Hero taking some deep breaths. This one was quite close in the first minute. But the last 30 seconds, it's all Deen the Great. Deen the Great is living up to his name. And Evil Hero taking some deep breaths as Deen the Great comes into the center. Evil Hero resetting, trying to get his jab working. Quick hands by Deen the Great. Evil Hero backing up against the ropes, keeping his hands high. Lovely hook shot there by Deen the Great. There's a right hand that goes crashing repeatedly down the middle. Left hook to the side of the head. And Deen the Great goes back against the ropes, coming into the center. Evil Hero backing up. Deen the Great with a big overhand right. And another overhand right crashes into Evil Hero. Backs him up against the ropes. And the two break apart. And we've got Deen the Great coming forward. So he's already managed to get a stoppage in this. We're looking at a 10-8 for Deen the Great. Lovely hand speed again there by Deen the Great. And down he goes again. A grimace on the face of Evil Hero, and it's hard to see him lasting 3 rounds. Referee is counting, but Evil Hero back up. Referee has called it. Deen the Great has won. Deen the Great has won. It's a first round stoppage. Oh, he tries to do a bit of a celebration flip there, and it goes horribly wrong for Deen the Great. Deen almost knocking himself out with his celebration. I think he tried to do like a flip, and he didn't land it, and he actually made himself look a bit silly there with his celebration. The celebration that just botched made him look more stupid than anything Evil Hero did to him. But it is a victory for Deen the Great. First round TKO. He hurt himself. He did hurt himself, yes. So Deen the Great wins by round 1 TKO. So they both jabbed each other at the same time, but the jab from Deen the Great was able to put Evil Hero down. So they both jab at the same time. So lovely counter there. Lovely shots. And again, down goes Evil Hero. He's got to be careful about hitting around the back of the head. He almost hit him in the back of the head there, Deen the Great. But there's some lovely movements from Deen the Great. Some lovely movements. And now we're seeing the backflip. He goes up and he literally comes crashing down on his knees. Yeah, that could have gone very wrong. But yeah, there's some nice movements. Just looking at Deen the Great in the replay there, there's a moment where he kind of feints to throw something, but he doesn't actually throw it, Deen the Great. And that means that Evil Hero throws. That allows Deen the Great to just move out the way because he goes to throw, slips the shot, and then, I mean, like the ring IQ and some of the boxing ability there was actually quite nice from Deen the Great. He's got to work on his defense, though. He definitely got hit more than he would want to be getting hit, but there was some nice stuff in there from Deen the Great. Deen the Great wins TKO round 1. And his DAZN X Series record is now 1-0. He is awarded the ICB Welterweight Championship, the Influencer Championship, Boxing Championship. So he is the ICB Welterweight Champion now. They are looking to do these cards on a regular basis, and they are going to do them, I think, again in October. So, yeah, Deen the Great. Yeah, some nice stuff in there from Deen the Great. They do keep showing the celebration, though. 77% of you were correct when you said Deen the Great would win. Oh, do you know what's coming up next? I think it's the Sam Hyde fight next. This is the fight I've been most looking forward to. The Candyman. The Candyman. I'm dripping. I'm dripping. I can't wait for this. He has been so much fun. So, yeah, we've got Sam Hyde against I Am Thompson. And then Salt Papi taking on Andy Warski. Are you ready to swim with the dolphins, lad? Are you ready to swim with the dolphins? I'm dripping. Sam Hyde's fun, man. I am the darkness. Hello, Sunny. Hello, darkness. Let's go, Candyman. I've got the gumdrops in my hand. Do you want to see the candy, boy? Do you want to see the candy? He was so much fun at the press conference. And he was doing his riddles and everything, wasn't he? And like, KSI's face was just like, what the hell is going on? I've got a picture of Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde is my spirit animal. So, the greatest Irishman that ever lived. J14 said, this is going to be a great fight. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long it's going to go for. I do worry for Sam's cardio. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, but I do worry for his cardio. Candyman for the win. Did KSI win or lose? He won. I've got the winners scrolling just above the bottom of the screen. So if people are wondering who's won the fights we've had so far, we do have the results scrolling on screen. In the future, I probably could make that bigger. But, I mean, look, we live and learn, don't we? Swarmz was goofy. Yes, it wasn't great. Murray said the Candyman is riddling his way to a win. Peter Hook and the Light from New Order tonight in New York. Have fun and broken. The greatest heavyweight of all time, the Candyman. Yeah, do you know what? I binged some of his interviews. There was a brilliant interview last night, actually, where I think Boxing Social went to his hotel and they took him candy, British candy. And he was just ripping into this British candy, but he was making so much noise, they got kicked out of the hotel. So they had to do half of the interview in the foyer of the hotel. And he was just like shouting and swearing at licorice all sorts, like some British candy. And someone came over, had a word. Next part of the interview, they're outside, like being a bit more like quiet and respectful after they'd just been told to leave. So, yeah, his interviews are so much fun. I think he's won over a lot of people, Sam Hyde. He's got a lot of new fans. I think there's people that were aware of him anyway, but I think he's picked up some new followers, new fans following this. Matt said, this doesn't provide the gladiatorial lust, but by God, it's funny. If Matt, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I was getting gladiatorial lust from Swarmz. Let's put it that way. I thought Deen the Great had some nice moments, though. But there we go. Look, Canelo against Triple G. We are going to be doing that. We will be looking at that September 17th. Canelo against Triple G. Here we are with the Candyman. Yes, the Candyman. He's shy today. He doesn't know what to do. Talk to me, Candyman. Sam Hyde said, I've got nothing to say. I'm just going to get it done quick. I just don't want to look a fool. I think he's feeling nerves. Honestly, now he's like, I just don't want to look like a fool in front of all these people. Oh, my God. Super serious. Super serious from the Candyman. Final message. His final message is be good to each other. The nerves are real, man. The nerves are real. Yeah, I thought he was going to be like, oh, hello, laddie. Hello, laddie. Are you ready to swim with the dolphins, laddie? But there was none of that. It was like, I just don't want to look like a fool in front of all these millions of people. I love Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde is 37. Ian Thompson is 35. Sam Hyde is 6'5". He weighs 261 pounds. Ian Thompson is 255 pounds. Sam Hyde, 81-inch reach. He's got a 5-inch reach advantage. So Sam Hyde coming in with a big reach advantage. I think he gasses out in the first round. I really do. We haven't seen any fight go far into a second round yet. We've gone to the second round thanks to KSI and Swarmz, but it was finished within 20 seconds of the second round. Here comes Ian Thompson. Ian Thompson making his way down to the ring. We are seeing ring walks for these guys. He does seem like a nice guy. Ian Thompson. has got, I think that's an Australian flag. I think he's gonna be ready. I Am Thompson really strikes me as someone that I think has taken this seriously, and I think will have some skills, and I think will be quite good. So I've got high hopes for I Am Thompson. I want the Candyman to win. I want the Candyman to go in there and show his thing, but I don't know, man. I think the Candyman was very entertaining up to this point, but I think the Candyman's struggling now. I think the Candyman's starting to... I think realism is starting to smack the Candyman in the face. The Candyman. Sam Hyde gets his intro. Here he is. Here is the Candyman. Deep breath by the Candyman. I wish I could say he had a wild outfit, but he doesn't. He's got a t-shirt on. He's taking some deep breaths. He does look business, man. He is big. He is a big guy. Sam Hyde is a big guy. You could do Sam Hyde against True Geordie if ever we was to do that fight, but he steps over the top rope, gets into the ring. Okay, he's gone full on Andre the Giant. So Sam Hyde goes over to his corner. He's in a good shape. He's in a good shape, but I don't know how long his cardio is going to last for. We've had over 1,000 votes for this one. Let's have a look, see where we are. 68% of you have gone with Sam Hyde. 32% of you have gone with I Am Thompson. I'm leaning I Am Thompson on this one, but I'd love Sam Hyde to do it, man. I'd love Sam Hyde to do it. I'm dripping! I'm dripping! Come on, Sam. Deep breaths, Matt. I've got to tell you, he is looking flipping nervous. He is looking nervous. He is the nerves are real for Sam Hyde. Stand it, though. 20-odd thousand people in the O2. 20-odd thousand people. And he's got his eyes closed. He's really trying to get himself into the right frame of mind mentally. Right, we're just being introduced to the referees and everyone. Get your thoughts in as to what you're expecting here. Which way you think this one is going to go? Do you think it's going to be... I Am Thompson? Do you think it's going to be Sam Hyde? Do you think it's going to be the first round, the second round, third round, stoppage, knockout, TKO, decision? What are you thinking? I'm going to go I Am Thompson. I Am Thompson, TKO. I don't know if it's round one or round two. I'll go round two. I'll go round two. I'm going to give the Candyman a round. I'll say he lasts a round. I think his cardio is going to give up on him. Sam Hyde getting his intro. People applauding and we're about to get underway. Okay, here we go, guys. Here we go. Time for fight number 3. Sam Hyde against I Am Thompson. Heavyweight fight. You know, if these boys connect as well, I mean, there's some power in this ring. There's some size in this ring. Here we go. Round number 1. Both fighters come out quite tentatively, and I Am Thompson keeping covered. Sam Hyde is pouring it onto I Am Thompson, and I Am Thompson goes back against the ropes. Overhand there by I Am Thompson. Sam Hyde has got his hands down real low. Real low. There's no defense there. He gets hit in the side of the head by I Am Thompson. I Am Thompson goes to the body. And again, looking to go to the body, but Sam Hyde just staying out of range. He's kind of offering his head as well. He's kind of really goading him to throw. I think he's the hand speed of I Am Thompson is not the quickest, at all. Sam Hyde trying to throw, but misses, and a shot to the body there by I Am Thompson. You can see a couple of deep breaths already by Sam Hyde. Less than a minute into this. Both fighters in the center at the moment. I Am Thompson again covering up, goes to the body, but doesn't really land with any kind of power shot. He didn't really land with anything too effective. He's trying for those overhands, but they're just falling short. Again goes for an overhand, but it falls short by I Am Thompson. He's going for those overhand rights all the time. Whenever Sam Hyde gets into range, Sam Hyde needs to use his, got 5 inches on his reach. He just needs to keep jabbing. That's good. That's good by Sam Hyde. Jabs I Am Thompson. Overhand comes in again there by I Am Thompson. But Sam Hyde definitely getting through with a couple of those jabs. Another jab gets through by Sam Hyde. I Am Thompson's got a real problem with those jabs. They are getting through by Sam Hyde. And he's not jabbing back. He's not using his jab. He's just constantly overhanding. I don't understand why I Am Thompson's not using his jab. I don't know why he's not slipping on the inside and working the jab. His only weapon is this overhand right. Yeah, why is he not throwing like any hooks or jabs? It's just overhand, overhand, overhand. Going to the body as well there, I Am Thompson. And again, very close little first round, this one. And a couple of body shots coming in there by I Am Thompson. Overhand comes in and another overhand. I Am Thompson again having a little look. Slips underneath the shot there. Overhand, spams it, doesn't land it. Both fighters settling into a groove. That one gets through. And again by I Am Thompson. There's a few in a row there. He's got Sam Hyde backed up. There's a flurry of shots coming in. Sam Hyde trying to grab I Am Thompson. Few deep breaths now by Sam Hyde. I reckon that flurry by I Am Thompson might have just given him the round. Yeah, I would say that that was quite a close round. I would give it to I Am Thompson. I think that there's a couple of jabs that get through from Sam Hyde, but I don't think that enough of those jabs got through. I have no idea why I Am Thompson is not using any other weapons. He's just constantly throwing this overhand right. That's all he's got. There's no jab. There's no hook shots. He's not even mixing it to the body as much. Like, I think there was a couple of body shots early, but not loads. It is just these big overhands. Couple of seeing replays here of like how both of them missed key shots. Big jab there by Sam Hyde, but that was a lovely shot by I Am Thompson towards the end. The overhand, I think that flurry at the end just gave him the round for me. But score it as you're going along as well. Here we go. We might not have to worry about judges. A couple of jabs coming in there by Sam Hyde. Thompson again going back to spamming that. Another jab comes in. That seemed very solid by Sam Hyde. If he just keeps working that jab, then he will get joy. Overhands are missing here by I Am Thompson. Sam Hyde has got through with a few jabs. So Sam Hyde winning this round at the moment, but we're only 30 seconds in. The jab of Sam Hyde is being more effective than the overhand of I Am Thompson. Going for the body, another overhand comes in. A couple of these overhands have got through, but Sam Hyde is connecting with these jabs. He's edging forward, another jab comes in. Overhand comes back by I Am Thompson. It's literally just the same thing. It is both fighters standing in the center. You've got Sam Hyde just jabbing away, and then you've got I Am Thompson replying with the overhand. So at the moment, I would say that Sam Hyde is edging this one. He's probably landing that jab more than I Am Thompson's landing the overhand. But we're still quite early in this round. We're almost at the halfway point. Lovely jab coming in there again by Sam Hyde. Overhand again coming in by I Am Thompson. He's backing up. Sam Hyde again trying to come in. Sam Hyde doesn't seem to have those overhands. Both guys are taking deep breaths. I Am Thompson is sucking in air as well. Those overhands are definitely going to take it out of you. So it's going to be easier to throw the jab than it is these looping overhand shots. It's going to empty your gas tank real quick. So neither guy has got much in the way of power. Neither guy has necessarily let themselves down. Neither guy is really showing anything that special from a boxing technique point of view. But they're both going late into the second. And, yeah, a jab coming in there by Sam Hyde. Sam, 30-odd seconds to go. I gave the first round to I Am Thompson, but I think that Sam's been... you can't hold him on the back of the head. Can't hold him on the back of the head. He held him on the back of the head and he was like doing this, Sam Hyde. You can't go doing that. Referee having a word there. But a few body shots coming in by I Am Thompson. Both of these guys looking quite gassed. Lovely little uppercut coming in by Sam Hyde. I'm going to say that this is quite a close little fight. I don't think there's someone running away with it. So to me, I'm giving I Am Thompson the first. I'm giving Sam Hyde the second. So I've got it 1-1 right now. 1-1 as we're going into round number 3. Anyone's fight at the moment. But, yeah, I'm giving that round to Sam. First round to I Am Thompson. We are just seeing Salt Papi, who's got good hand speed. I mean, if you compare what Salt Papi's hand speed is like compared to what we're seeing from Sam Hyde and I Am Thompson at the moment, Salt Papi has got some real pop in his shots. So I do expect Salt Papi to be able to get past Andy Warski. But first round done. Second round done. Both guys are absolutely gassed. And we are going into round number 3. Right now, this is anybody's. Here we go then. Round number 3, the final round. 3 minutes left in this one. We've got a couple of shots coming in here by I Am Thompson. Landing early. Body shots coming in. And again, he is landing these. He's got to not hold on to the back of the head there, Sam Hyde. He does get his arm. Lovely jab. Lovely jab by Sam Hyde. We're seeing them swinging for the fences. So, yeah, referee just saying to I Am Thompson, keep your head up. Both guys really sucking in air right now. Both guys really feeling the effects of this one. And we're in round number 3. Sam going to the body quite a bit. I Am Thompson spamming that overhand. Jab coming in down the middle. Sam Hyde looks to have the better technique. He's changing the levels better. Working the body. Working the jab. That's a heavy shot. Standing count from the ref. That's a big moment in this fight. So referee giving Sam the kind of knockdown, if you will, the standing count. So I Am Thompson on wobbly legs. I Am Thompson is on wobbly legs. I Am Thompson's there for the... is on wobbly legs, and that's the second standing count. I Am Thompson in big trouble. I Am Thompson. Sam Hyde wins. Candyman wins. Sam Hyde gets the victory. The stoppage in round 3. And there we go. Big win for Sam Hyde, for the Candyman, who doesn't celebrate. He sinks down to his knee and is over in the corner. There was 2 standing counts for I Am Thompson. And the chat were correct. The chat called it. 69% of you, nearly 2,000 votes. 69% of you went with Sam Hyde. And Sam Hyde is victorious. The Candyman wins. The Candyman wins. I don't know that he gave him all his lucky charms. I don't know that he made him swim with the dolphin. But he stops him in round 3. The Candyman is victorious. So the Candyman gets the dub It's a round 3 TKO. And to be honest, he was the better boxer. He was the better boxer. I was really, really surprised because I expected more from I Am Thompson. I thought I Am Thompson was going to bring in more skill, but all he brought really was that overhand. He brought the overhand right, and we were seeing from Sam Hyde a lot more punching variety. We were seeing the jab. We were seeing body shots, hooks to the body. We were seeing a couple of combos in there, working the jab more than anything else. There was no jab from I Am Thompson. There was no jab whatsoever. But it is a victory for Sam Hyde in round 3. 2 standing counts were given. The Candyman, are you ready to swim with the dolphin, lad? He done it, I tell you what, he is gassed. He'll have a good drink tonight, though. Sam Hyde getting the victory. Winner via TKO in round 3. True Geordie would kill Sam Hyde's. What's up next? Coming up next, we got Salt Papi taking on Andy Warski. He's gas, man. He can't even stand. True Geordie's in there having a word. They're both the same size, though. There we go. He says he's back in full Candyman mode. Is thanking everyone. So there we go. The Candyman just thanking a load of people. Sam has done Ireland proud, he has, yeah. Salt Papi is going to get the dub. Who's won? The results are scrolling at the bottom, but Candyman just getting the victory in round 3. So he was saying before that he doesn't want to do this anymore. Yeah, Sam Hyde is someone that just likes to have a lot of fun. I think he was very nervous going into that fight. He's managed to pick up the victory. He's done himself proud. But I did see him say in an interview beforehand that he's done, man. He's done. He doesn't want to do this anymore. Like, the amount of work it takes to get his body and his self into any kind of condition is just, like, it's such a commitment that he was just very honest in saying that, like, this was such a great experience, but he doesn't know if this is going to be, like, a new thing for him. But he will have won a lot of new fans. A lot of new supporters, and he's a lot of fun, man. I hope he does do another fight. If they can tempt him with a bit more money, maybe, and like a good opponent, then I don't know. He was a lot of fun at the press conferences. But there we go. At least we got a proper contest in that one. Those two just really going at each other. If you are just joining us, KSI beat Swarmz and managed to get a TKO win. They've got it listed as a knockout, but it wasn't. And then you've got Deen the Great beating Evil Hero. And now we've just had Sam Hyde beating I Am Thompson. So we've got our next fight coming up, which is going to be Salt Papi against Andy Warski. Then we'll be moving on to King Kenny against FaZe Sensei. Then we've got the Deji fight. So we are well underway. Let's get our next poll, though, as they're just going over to the stage. Salt Papi. Salt Papi taking on Andy Warski. Salt Papi against Andy Warski. There we go. Coming from a non-Irish person, every Irish accent is annoying, says Jefferson. Salt Daddy is going to win. Who's fighting now? It's Salt Papi against Andy Warski. I don't care what everyone says, but I Am Thompson deserves a lot of respect. Listen, yeah, he went in there against the bigger guy, against someone who I would even argue has got better boxing ability, which I really didn't expect. I think if he had jabbed more and used his jab more and actually had... I think when you're throwing those big overhands and that was his only weapon, that takes energy. Like, as I said, it's a lot easier to throw a jab than it is this big looping overhand. Doing that for 7-8 minutes and whilst getting punched in the face, it is going to drain your gas tank. So I think I don't know. I don't know if he needed more time or what it was, but yeah. Look, he managed to get to round 3 against someone that was bigger and someone that seemed to have more boxing ability. So he does deserve respect for that. But I must admit, I was a little disappointed because I was expecting more from him. I thought that he could actually get the victory because I thought Sam Hyde would gas. And he was gassing. But I Am Thompson was gassing as well, so they were both gassing. Right. So we are on the entrance stage at the moment with Chris Eubank Jr. He's just saying a few words as we're getting ready for our next contest. Got to give Swarmz some respect. His skill is better than most people with just that little time training, says Isma. Chunks is backstage. It's not pronounced Sensei, it's pronounced Sensei. Random Stuff says, for everyone who is asking, Deji versus Fousey is in 2 fights time. Yes. So we've got Salt Papi, we've got King Kenny, and then we've got the Deji fight. Let's go. Justin says, 1 more fight. Days Dubravka has agreed personal terms. Oh, that's interesting. You've got to give KSI forehead an alien. I don't even understand that comment. There was certainly a lot of talk when he took his bandana off. Certainly a lot of talk about the size of his forehead. But that was all just designed to wind him up, wasn't it? And clearly didn't work. Clearly didn't work because he looked very, very good against Swarmz. But we are just waiting for our next contest, which should be underway very soon. Salt Papi against Andy Warski. So we've got Salt Papi, who's 180. Andy Warski, 179. Salt Papi has got a 2-inch reach advantage. And Andy Warski is 6 years older. We've had 700 votes. 700 votes. And Salt Papi is 89%. Andy Warski is 11%. So, yeah, we've got a big majority here. Big majority. Right, we're just getting the intros for both fighters. Salt Papi, I was watching his last fight. He tends to use his jab as a rangefinder. So he will just constantly throw it out with no intention of it landing. And that's fine, because that's something that Joshua does, Anthony Joshua. He just throws out his jab, and it is literally to measure the distance. What it allows him to do is just maintain that gap between like him and his opponent. So he's just constantly throwing it out. The only problem with that is that once you've thrown it out, you are then exposed. So one of the things that Andy could look to do is, as this jab is just being thrown, if he can get the timing right, there's definitely openings for him here. And actually, as the fight goes on, if you watch Salt Papi's last fight, he actually drops his hands. So as the fight goes on, his hands like drop as he gets more confident. So he's a good fighter. He's got good hand speeds. He might have too many problems for Andy Warski to deal with anyway. So all of this could just be completely irrelevant. But if Andy Warski can take it into the deeper waters, then he could have a few problems for Salt Papi. I don't think he will. I think Salt Papi wins. I think his hand speed is too good. He's got way too much experience. He was already doing a little dance in the ring. He's licking his lips, trying to get into the head of Andy. And we unfortunately didn't get to see Salt Papi's entrance walk. Here we go, though. Andy against Salt Papi. We're about to get underway with this one. Bell sounds. Both fighters come into the center. Andy in red trunks. Salt Papi has got really nice black trunks with like yellow lining. And Salt Papi. Oh my God! Down goes Andy. It's a knockout. It's a knockout. Andy goes down. Comes out. Andy is amazingly back up to his feet. That is amazing. The refs called it. The refs called it. Salt Papi has won within the first 30 seconds. It's a lovely shot by Salt Papi. Oh, Andy Warski got caught. He went down. He seemed to be out cold. I think he was out, and I think as he hits the ground, I think he comes back, and then he gets back to his feet. He seems to be all right. There might be a few question marks. Might be a few question marks around that stoppage. But that is a hell of a performance there by Salt Papi. Andy's going to be absolutely devastated with that. Salt Papi is bouncing off the ropes. He's gone over to Andy. He wants to show some respect. That was stunning. Salt Papi. There's no point talking about the fact that he can let his hands down. He can get a bit too comfortable. Anything along those lines. In the space of 20 seconds, big shot. Down went Andy Warski. It was incredible. They're going to, I can see them using Salt Papi on a regular basis because that is highlight stuff. That'll be all over social media. He is, yeah, he's just constantly looking for an opening. He comes forwards. It's, oh man, it's a couple of lovely hook shots. It's a couple of lovely hook shots. He does rock him with the first, and then he catches him with a second. Look, Andy is out, man. He goes down, and he hits his head off the bottom rope, and that seems to bring him back around. But once he's going down, he seems to be out. He hits his head off the bottom rope, and then he seems to come back. But a couple of hook shots. Bang, look at that. And then as he's going down, another one as well. Wow. Not good. Not good. Well, it is if you're Salt Papi. Salt Papi getting... Look, the clock is still counting for the first round. Salt Papi looking down the giving it all this. You know what Salt Papi's like? He's having the time of his life in there. Man, he could go again. Talk about KSI doing 2 fights. Line him up for Salt Papi. Still dancing away. Look at this. He's having a great time. Referee's like, can you stop, please? Can you stop doing that? We're... The red corner was in no position to continue. Andy, I don't think, is very happy with that decision at all. But, yeah, that's going to reverberate around. Salt Papi. Deen the Great looked good. Salt Papi, though, I mean, that just wasn't a challenge for him, was it? That is crazy, says Cassius. Salt Papi, round 1. And again, it's dancing away. It's absolutely having the time of his life in there. True Geordie said, Salt Papi has stolen the show so far. yeah, he's got some fast hand speed, man. Fast hand speed. And that allowed him to really fire off like a barrage of hook shots. I mean, like, he was swinging away. He actually misses with the right hook, but he connects with the left hook. That's what sends Andy starting to go down. And his hands are so fast that even as Andy is going down, he catches him with a second. So, absolutely beautiful. All within, like, the first 20 seconds or so. So, amazingly, we are actually halfway through this event now. Halfway through this event. We've had 4 fights so far. If you are just joining us, because there's people coming and going all the time, KSI was victorious against Swarmz. Beat him early in the second round. So, I mean, like 20 seconds into the second round. So, yeah, fantastic result there for KSI. Then we had Deen the Great victorious over Evil Hero. That was a very good performance. Managed to stop him in round 1, I believe. Then we got Sam Hyde beating I Am Thompson. He managed to get the victory in round 3. All of these, obviously, stoppages. And then Salt Papi, wow. There we go. Look, Salt Papi is dancing away and he fist bumps Chris Eubank Jr. Chris Eubank Jr. impressed with what he just saw there. So lots of respect being shown to Salt Papi. So they are just speaking to Salt Papi, who is saying a lot of thank yous to various different people. I've still got the Candyman on screen. I was meant to change it over to that one, but hey-ho. There we go. I don't think anyone's going to complain if we have a lot of Candyman on screen, but... Right, King Kenny is going to be taking on FaZe Sensei. He says this kid has got something. I think KSI and Salt Papi made a bet of who can get the faster finish, says Isma. Who are you looking forward to seeing next and why? I'm looking forward to this next one. I think this one has been very respectful. If you actually have been watching the press conferences, these guys have shown a lot of respect to each other. I think that there's been a lot of silliness. I thought Andy was quite, fired up and making a lot of noise. And, I mean, look, he just got humbled. Then, as well as that, you had like Evil Hero making a lot of noise. Deen the Great handing him a pillow with Evil Hero's name on it. Obviously Storm's making a lot of noise, a lot of pushing and shoving. So there was a lot. And then obviously the Candyman. There was a lot of stuff going on. But in the middle of all of this carnage, you had King Kenny and FaZe that were so respectful and so what you would expect from professional boxers. Like, they were really respectful. They were in fantastic shape. They look really athletic. They look like they could go out there, do all 3 rounds, actually show some skills. And I think this should be a really, really good fight. So actually the next fight I am actually looking forward to. I think the next fight should be really good. King Kenny against FaZe. Then obviously Deji. I think everyone wants Deji to do it and succeed. We are moving to like the key part of the show now. That first part of the show is just fun, but this is like a key part of the show. I feel like King Kenny against FaZe Sensei is going to be a really interesting fight. As I said, they've definitely got potential to put on the best fight tonight. Then you've got Deji against Fousey. A lot of you watching are going to be big Deji fans. A lot of you probably want him to do it, want him to get a dub. Wedgie. I'm seeing lots of wedges out there. Dub for Deji. And I'm looking forward to Hassim Rahman against Vitor Belfort. That's going to be a double main event for X Series 02. So Hassim Rahman Jr., who was going to be taking on Jake Paul, he is taking on Vitor Belfort, an absolute legend of the UFC. So that is DAZN X Series 002. So that looks good, man. That looks quite good. I don't know what else is lined up for that, but this DAZN X series looks quite interesting. So, yes, anyway, we've got Deji against Fousey. Then we got FaZe Temperrr taking on Slim. And then, of course, our main event, KSI against Pineda. So, yeah, 4 very interesting fights coming up. But I am very interested that Hassim Rahman against Vitor Belfort is going to be the main event of the next X series. Don't know when that is. I don't know if there's a date for that yet. I don't think it's next week or anything. I'm going to have a look. X series 002. We'll just have a look and see when it is, because I do like these. This has been a fun show tonight, and I do think DAZN do put on some really interesting shows. But no, I don't think there's a date for that yet. Deji is going to try and win by Wedgie. I don't think people understand how much experience Sensei has, says Kohi. King Kenny and FaZe just getting there. I don't know if this is a video package or if this is the entrances, but looks like we are going to our next fight now. There's no messing around. As soon as one fight is done, we are straight to the next one, and that's pretty cool. Like, normally with UFC, if you get an early stoppage like we just saw, you'll then go to, like, the pundits for ages. We don't get that here. There's none of that here. It's, like, just straight into the next fight, which I really like. It keeps the pace going and the energy going, and it's really cool. Right, I feel like I'm going to need to get another poll up now. I think I'm a bit late doing it, but here we go. Who wins? So, King Kenny. Okay, so intro for FaZe Sensei. Most of Sensei's experience isn't in boxing, says Archie. Yeah, I mean, FaZe Sensei is got a kickboxing background. He's done some martial arts stuff. He's launched FaZe Fitness. I think he is someone that should have very good cardio. I would expect him to not be gassing out in the first few rounds. He might be getting tired as you hit in the third round, but I think that he is going to be probably the most in-shape performer we've seen so far. Maybe with the exception of KSI. I mean, that's going to be debatable. But, yeah, he has got a 1-2 record, I believe, as an amateur. So, making his way down. Not much in the way of ring walks. There's not really much to talk about. In fact, some of the ring walks, they haven't even been showing on DAZN. So, we haven't even been seeing some of those ring walks. But FaZe Sensei has made his way down. He's got his team in the corner. Ari, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us for this one. We've got 4 more fights to go. We're at the halfway point right now. And, of course, KSI against Pineda still to come. King Kenny getting the intro. So, King Kenny coming out now. King Kenny with a green robe, dark green robe. It's got King Kenny in gold on the back. King Kenny looking great. Tell you, FaZe Sensei and King Kenny, you could honestly see these two being like face to face on like a proper card. Like you could see these two opening up like a proper professional boxing card. They look like professional boxers. They act like professional boxers. They look great. So King Kenny making his way down. It's very, very close on the poll for this one. King Kenny, 51%. FaZe Sensei, 49%. So King Kenny is slightly edging it, but it seems like people are finding this one hard to predict. So keep your votes coming in as to which way you think that's going to go. Will it be King Kenny? Will it be FaZe Sensei? Which way does this go? King Kenny stepping inside the ring. King Kenny by decision, says Callum. I need to change over our little thing at the bottom. So King Kenny taking on FaZe Sensei. Alex Wasabi versus Swarmz. I'll be surprised if Kenny wins. King Kenny is going to win. I don't know why I've added an S at the start. Sking Kenny. There we go. King Kenny against FaZe Sensei. Both fighters inside the ring right now. Ismar said Deji is going to win. If not, he's going to get clapped by the Nightmare himself. Mr. Jacob Goat said it's 50-50 on the poll at the moment. Edward said, fun fact, if Deji wins, he's 1-0. Salt Papi will win in 3 punches. I mean, he pretty much did, in all fairness. This seems like one of the more even matches. Yeah, it is. You're right. There's boxing on Sky Sports at 2 a.m., says James. It's a busy night. Busy night. Lots going on in the boxing world. I think the eyes of the world, though, are on this. 3 years people have waited for KSI to return to the ring. He came back and made very short work of Swarmz. Takes on a professional boxer in our main event tonight. But this is a very interesting one. As we said, King Kenny in there against FaZe Sensei. This, I believe, has got a belt on the line. How ironic that Usyk and the Ghost of Kiev fought in the same week, says Ben. Right, here we go. We've got King Kenny getting his intro. I hope it's Kenny, but it'll be FaZe, in my opinion, says Galactic. Swarmz is so bad. He wasn't great, was he? Giorgio, shout out to you. UFC 279 prediction. Bit soon, to be honest. I don't tend to do predictions for those cards just because a lot of the, well, I say a lot of the fights, but some of the fights tend to fall off. But I've got to say Chimaev easily gets the victory. So I expect Chimaev to win the main event. Tony Ferguson against Li Jing Liang will be interesting. That'll be very interesting because Tony's actually moving up in weight. So I think that's going to be hard. I am a bit worried Tony's washed. So that'll be very interesting. I'll hope that it's Tony, but I really don't know. I really don't know. He's moving up in weight, isn't he? Right, here we go then, guys. Both guys have got their introductions, and we're about to get underway with King Kenny against FaZe Sensei. Here we go. Boom. Right, both guys come out. Both guys have got a good boxing stance as well. We are seeing FaZe on the outside. King Kenny occupying the center ground. I love King Kenny's green trunks. They look really classy with the gold. Couple of hook shots. Oh! FaZe catching. Is there a standing count already? Standing count already? A standing count for King Kenny. Wow, that was really quick out of the gates. So a bad start for King Kenny. He gets caught early by FaZe, and a standing count means that at the moment this is a 10-8 round for FaZe Sensei. So 10-8 round at the moment. This King Kenny is going to need to do some work here. He's going to need to do some work. 1 minute gone already. King Kenny standing his ground in the middle. Shot coming into the body there by FaZe. So FaZe 10-8 at the moment. If you are just joining us, standing count, hot start by both guys. But FaZe Sensei stinging King Kenny. Referee deeming it good enough for a standing count. Which I must admit was a bit of a surprise, but I'd like to see a replay on it. Oh, he catches him. He's getting him with some hook shots there. That's a lovely right hand, but he is getting through FaZe Sensei. King Kenny's defense needs a little bit of work here. He's being catched and caught with a couple of hook shots. Got FaZe Sensei edging forward. King Kenny covering up. Jab coming in there by FaZe Sensei. Jab coming back by King Kenny. King Kenny standing his ground in the center. He is keeping his hands down low. The stance by FaZe Sensei looking a lot better. He's not keeping his hands as low, and he's going to the body as well. But this is a much better fight. This really feels like you are watching two professional boxers. Nice jab coming in there by King Kenny. And again, FaZe Sensei on the outsides. King Kenny has done well to recover from that early setback. But he's not done enough to really close that 10-8 gap. So we have got FaZe Sensei on the outside. He knows that he's got this round in the bag. He needs to make sure he doesn't get caught. Jab coming in there by King Kenny. Again, just kind of falling on the guard of FaZe Sensei. FaZe Sensei backing up against the ropes. He's trying to come forward, looking for that hook shot again. King Kenny showing off his footwork as he edges forward, and that is the end of the round. Big round. Big round for FaZe Sensei. Big round for FaZe Sensei. It's debatable as to whether that standing count was necessary or not. We'll need to see a replay of it. It definitely catches him. Definitely catches him. We're just having a little look now. So it's a big shot. And King Kenny actually stumbles backwards. Yeah, I think it's debatable, man. I mean, like, there's a wobble there. There's definitely a wobble, and then he covers up. And FaZe Sensei is coming in for the kill. The referee decides to give the standing count. But either way, that is a big round for FaZe Sensei. So we are about to go to round number 2. Referee not happy with something. Not sure I agree with that standing count. Yeah, it looked a bit early to me, I agree. It looked a bit early. Right, King Kenny coming out. And he's really looked a lot more composed after that. He's done a great job of getting into this. Jab coming in there by King Kenny. FaZe Sensei on the outside. King Kenny edging forward, throwing out a jab, but FaZe Sensei is well out of range at the moment. It's not allowing King Kenny to actually land anything. And we are seeing FaZe Sensei coming in. Both of these are using, like, the distance a lot better than other fights. A lot of the other fights have just been really scrappy encounters, whereas this, we are seeing some actual distance management, and we are seeing them both working the jab. King Kenny just goes in and clinches. Referee separates them. We got FaZe Sensei on the outside up against the ropes. King Kenny coming in, trying to throw a straight left. Got FaZe Sensei moving forward. Oh, shot coming in there by King Kenny, but it's on the guard of FaZe Sensei. First round coming in, and Kenny is the one that's taking the fight to Sensei. I think Kenny's looking the better fighter in this round. Nice jab coming in there by King Kenny. Body shot coming in. Little flurry of shots as well there by King Kenny. Feels like he's settled into the fight now to me. I do worry about him keeping his hands down like that, though. I mean, he's really relying on his hand speed to kind of invite FaZe Sensei in. Yeah, he's had time to readjust. Lovely shot there by King Kenny. He goes for a hook shot, but it misses. We've got FaZe Sensei on the outside. King Kenny, very watchful. Very watchful. He's doing a fantastic job of just keeping his eyes locked on FaZe Sensei. He's not letting his head drop. He's not losing focus. He's absolutely looking for openings. He keeps putting out that left hand as well. He's constantly changing levels. Teasing that he's going to go to the body. You can tell the confidence is really flowing through King Kenny. He seems to be in a really great place right now. He's definitely winning this round for me. FaZe Sensei trying to come in, but he just cannot connect with anything. King Kenny's the one that's dictating the fight. And as I said, looking very comfortable, but you've got to land Looking comfortable is one thing. Looking confident is one thing. But you've got to be landing shots. And there's quite a distance between them. So we're not seeing the amount of activity that we've seen in the other fights. But little dig to the body there. I'm going to say that that's a King Kenny round. King Kenny, but it's only 10-9. So still got FaZe Sensei up by 1. Kenny. People cheering for Kenny. Who's winning? I have got FaZe Sensei winning. I've got FaZe Sensei winning. Start going downstairs. You've got a long reach. His corner are shouting at him right now. Stay focused, they're saying to him. Deji is fighting after King Kenny. Deji is fighting next. Yes, Deji is fighting next. Imran said, someone tell me. I don't know what your question is. If your question is who is winning, then I've got FaZe Sensei up by 1 as we go into the third round. But King Kenny looked the better in that second round. This can go 4 rounds. So we are in round number 3. Eubank Jr. saying this is a very competitive fight. Couple of jabs coming in there by FaZe Sensei, but don't know how many of them actually got through. Going for a shot to the body there. FaZe, oh, lovely overhand. That's clip Kenny. Overhand gets through. He follows it with a few shots. King Kenny grabs a hold. Referee comes in, parts them. That was nice. Big moment there for FaZe Sensei. Big moment. There was an overhand that got through. He had King Kenny in trouble. King Kenny having to grab FaZe Sensei. So we've got FaZe Sensei on the outside. King Kenny standing his ground in the center. FaZe Sensei edging him. So I've got Sensei up by 1, and I've got him leading this round as well. King Kenny needs to take this round, really. He can't afford to lose this round. Kenny edging forward. He has looked really good in this. Lunging forward with a jab. He's just really struggling to connect anything of significance on FaZe Sensei. Uppercut. Oh, just misses with that. King Kenny looking for that uppercut. We've got Sensei on the outside. He's getting backed up a little bit into the corner. King Kenny again using that reach, really reaching out, trying to get that jab to connect. But these are all designed to just look good to the judges and win points. And lovely head movement there by FaZe Sensei. Ducks underneath the jab, slips the jab, tries to get something on the body. Both lunging at each other. This, another jab there. King Kenny is definitely getting through with some of these. Yeah, he's doing well. He's keeping it tidy. He's keeping it long. He's using his reach. He's using his reach really well, actually. So 30-odd seconds to go here. We've got FaZe Sensei bouncing around on the outside. We've got King Kenny trying to back Sensei up into the corner. He could do with a big flurry. Could do with a big moment. Couple of jabs coming in there by Sensei. Body shot coming in by King Kenny. King Kenny gets a shot. It's a close round, man. It's a close round because I feel like the big moment was with Sensei. But I think if we were to look at actual statistics, I think King Kenny might have landed more in that round. So I'm going to say that's a really close round. I'm going to say it's a really, really close round. Yeah, that right was a big moment. That right was a big, big moment. And it definitely drove Kenny back. I'm going to give it to FaZe Sensei. I think that right is a big, big moment. I think technically King Kenny might have landed more. But I'll give that to FaZe Sensei. So I've got FaZe Sensei up by 2 going into the final round. King Kenny needs to get some kind of standing count here to get a draw in my book. I think King Kenny's going to need something here. Here we go then. Round number 4. Commentators are saying that this could be back-to-back losses for Kenny. So seems like the commentary team are thinking similar to what we're saying, that King Kenny is down going into this final round. So King Kenny, on the inside, you got FaZe Sensei. On the outside, lovely shot there by FaZe Sensei. Lovely left hand. That gets through on Kenny. Kenny's boxing abilities are actually quite good. It's just that he keeps getting hit with the occasional shot, and the occasional shot keeps rocking him, and it doesn't look good when that happens. And in the first round, he got a standing count. He's trying to use that reach, though. We thought this would be the best fight on the card, and I believe it is at the moment. Matt said, my gladiatorial lust is now being satisfied. Lovely. Matt, shout out to you. So we've got Kenny in the center. We got FaZe Sensei on the outside. Really close stuff. Really close stuff. One of the judges could have this even. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the judges has got this even going into this round. I do think that FaZe Sensei is just slightly up, though. Sensei coming in, trying to lunge forwards. Jab coming in by King Kenny. Yeah, I mean, we're about 1 minute 20 odds away from going to the judges for the first time. Nice jab there by FaZe Sensei. Kenny just keeping things tidy. He's trying to get his jabs through, but FaZe Sensei is just a little bit out of range. Nice jab coming in. Left-hand jab there by Kenny. Kenny again being very watchful. The output is not loads. It's not a hive of activity, but there's lots of movement in there. They're both looking for openings. They're both working hard, digging deep. But a couple of shots coming in by Kenny again. There hasn't been anything too stinging here by Sensei. I feel like King Kenny might just edge this round. But I don't think edging this round will give him the fight. Close, though. I think it's close. 15 seconds left to go. King Kenny standing in the center. Body shot coming in there by FaZe Sensei. Kenny backing up. Big shot coming in. They're really going for it. They're emptying the gas tank. And there we go. End of the fight. I think King Kenny might have just edged that final round. Might have just edged it. I'm going to give it FaZe Sensei. Let me know how you scored it. I think it's close. I don't think that is like all 4 rounds to one person or anything. I think it's close. I don't think King Kenny... I mean, there was nothing Kenny did that resulted in a standing count like what happened to him in the first round. And honestly, it could come down to that. I think it's very, very close. I think he does jab away. I think he does control the fight, King Kenny. I think his boxing skills very good. Yeah, the commentators are saying there's no embarrassment here for King Kenny. Kenny's going to win. Look at these big shots coming in by both guys. Just a flurry of shots. Both guys just absolutely swarming all over each other. Referee having to jump in between them. I'm expecting Kenny to lose this by about a point or so. I think it's going to be close, though. It could be a draw. It's going to be a draw. I've got it 38-36 for FaZe, says Manny. Well, here we go. Let's find out. Close. As I said, I've got FaZe probably up by 1 or so. I do think that the standing count is the difference. And it's really questionable as to whether that should have been a standing count. Good fight. Fun fight. Interesting. Here we go. Here we go. $38-38. 38-38. First judge. 39. 37. $39. 38. There is a winner. Majority. Wow. King Kenny has won. That is a surprise. King Kenny collapses to the floor. Commentators are saying, I think I'm getting flashbacks of what happened with King Kenny in his last fight. King Kenny against FaZe Temperrr. Yeah, first round is 10-8. Can't argue with that. How did King Kenny get 39-37? How did he get a 39-37? Commentators are saying they're at a loss for words. How did King Kenny only lose 1 point when there's a standing count in the first round, which results in a 10-8 anyway? That 39-37 doesn't make any sense for King Kenny. Oh, I tell you what, there's some shocked faces in there. There's some unhappy faces in there. King Kenny is stunned. People saying robbery, robbed again, rigged, robbery. 39. How do you lose just 1 point? How about 2 judges only deducted him 1 point? That basically means 2 judges said that he lost the first round 10-9, and I don't know how that can happen when there's a standing count. And then they gave King Kenny every other round. And actually, I mean, like, I don't even understand the 39-37. Yeah, the commentators on DAZN are saying these scores just don't make sense. King Kenny is shocked. I think the world is shocked. We're going over to Chris Eubank Jr. Listen, it's done. King Kenny's won. There will be a lot of talk about that afterwards. A lot of talk. That is not something that's going to go away quietly. King Kenny wins by majority decision in controversial fashion. Deji coming up next. Deji coming up next. Robbed. Should have been a draw. It was a draw. Decision should be overturned. Chris Eubank Jr. doesn't believe that that was King Kenny. Right, Deji is taking on Fousey. So 3 fights left to go. 3 fights left to go. If you are just joining us, controversy reigning here as King Kenny gets the victory by majority decision. The first judge had it. Do you know what? All 3 judges, not one of them gave it to FaZe Sensei. 3 judges, not one of them gave it to FaZe Sensei. It's mental. Rigged. Come on, Deji. Pure Water says rigged. FaZe Clan is getting robbed. Sensei was robbed. Come on, Deji. Lots of come on, Dejis. Right now, we're just hearing from Connor Ben as we're continuing to work our way towards our main event this evening. We've got 3 fights left. We've got Deji taking on Fousey. We've got FaZe Temperrr taking on Slim. We've got KSI taking on Pineda. They're just talking about Eubank versus Ben. It's a big, big fight here in the UK on October 8th. So, yeah, bad decision. It doesn't make sense mathematically, says Michael. Kenny deserved that win. That gives Kenny a bad luck second time in a row. Yeah, I mean, it's not his fault, though, is it? I mean, unless he's, doing something dirty with the judges. But, yeah, I don't understand how that keeps happening to him, to be honest. How do the judges keep doing that in his fights? This is exactly what happened to him last time. And then, the decision was appealed and it was actually reversed. And we could absolutely see the same thing happen here. We could see the same thing happen here. I think what it does do is it definitely makes you think twice about taking on King Kenny as an opponent. Because I don't know what's happening and I don't know what's going on. But something's not right. Something's not right. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but I agree, mathematically, that does not make sense. Kenny deserves that. This can't be done twice in a row, says Sunk and Nami. Looking forward to this next fight. Yeah. Can we do a poll? Absolutely, we can do a poll. Absolutely, we can do a poll. We'll go to that right now. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. I hope you are enjoying the show so far. I think it's been a very entertaining show. Very entertaining show. Right, here we go. They've just been talking about Eubank versus Ben. And now we are moving to Deji versus Fousey. This is interesting. Fousey is in fantastic shape. But, I mean, is he... Where is he mentally? You have to look at his mental state. When you talk about Fousey, you have to take into account his mental state, because we saw during the weigh-in him getting riled and getting worked up, and you can get into Fousey's head. You can easily get into his head. You can easily throw him off his game plan, and I don't know if that's a strategy that Deji's going to have, but we are seeing Deji. He's backstage just working on the pads. So they will be making their ring walks very, very soon. This is a big one for people. This is one that people are really excited for. True Geordie is still going on about the FaZe Sensei result. He said, I am stunned at that robbery. Love these DAZN events, but that was the wrong decision, says James. Deji needs this. He does indeed. He does indeed. How was King Kenny's form? Obviously, Sensei's a good fighter. Just wondered how King Kenny handled a trade fight. It was very good. King Kenny did a great job. I actually thought he used his range very well. He's working his jab very well. He was dictating the fight. He had Sensei on the outside, which is fine. That's not really, doesn't really say too much, but it just shows how comfortable it was. He wasn't in retreat mode or anything. He was the one that was dictating the pace. Sensei was the one that was having to come in and try and get some stuff off. And, King Kenny made it very awkward. But the thing was, King Kenny... He's very comfortable, very confident. He's got good boxing technique, but his defense was not good enough. His defense was not good enough, and he was getting clipped with some big, big shots. One of them resulted in a standing count, and there was a few others in the later rounds that also had him in a bit of trouble. So if he can just tighten that up, then he will definitely have a bright future. But I don't know, the bigger talking point is the fact he just got awarded that victory, which not many people think he deserved. But anyway, we've got in the club 50 Cent playing, and we've got Fousey making his way down, dancing his way down. Fousey is coming in as certainly not the favorite here. Not the fan favorite. Singing along to 50 Cent's In the Club. So Logan Paul is in the crowd. Logan Paul is there. Obviously, Logan Paul, the prime partner of KSI. No sign of Jake Paul. It was reported that Jake Paul was going to be there, but there is no Jake Paul. Logan Paul, though, is in London. Okay, Fousey is in the ring. We're just waiting for Deji to make his way down. So Deji gets his intro, and Deji about to make his way down. Deji in white. He's got white trunks. He's got a white jacket. He comes out, puts his arm in the air, gets a good reaction from the crowd. Good reaction from the crowd. Deji does look very calm. He does look like he's got a good game plan. Slowly making his way down to the ring. Deji looking very, very focused. Yeah, he does. He looks very confident, very cool, very calm. He's taking his time. He's in no rush to get down to the ring. I hope Deji doesn't gas out. We've had 1,630 votes. 79% of you are going with Deji. 21% of you are going with Fousey. So it's basically 80-20 when it comes to this. But about 80-20 with Deji. I don't know if that's people wanting Deji or if they're going with his skill. He is a skillful fighter. He has looked and showed some great skill in his previous fights. He's been very unfortunate at times to not get the victory. This means a lot to him to get the win here, and I think people really want him to do this. I think the vast majority of people are with him. Fousey is a very interesting challenge. I think there's every chance that Fousey is not going to be as good. I think Fousey could even gas out towards the end. I think Fousey could even lose his head and not stick to a game plan and just start like throwing in shots and leaving himself open. And yeah, it could get messy for Fousey. But Fousey equally could land something and cause Deji a problem here. Tricky. Here is Deji and Fousey. Getting your final thoughts. Both of them are inside the ring right now. We're moments away from beginning. We are moments away. Dub, come on, Deji. I want Deji, but he doesn't have enough stamina, says Charlie. So I think maybe Fousey, but I do want Deji. Did Kenny win? Kenny did win, yep. He was awarded the win. Did Kenny win? He did. Come on, Deji, says NJM09. Here we go, said Mr. Jacob Goat. Edward said KSI has not had his second fight yet. No. KSI's opened the show. He beat Swarmz. Round 2, early in round 2, technical knockout. I think it was like 20 seconds into round 2. And now we're at Deji and Fousey. After this, we got FaZe Temperrr taking on Slim. And then we are back to our main event, KSI taking on Pineda. Okay, so Fousey getting his intro. Did Temperrr win? Temperr's fight's next, buds. Deji has got to win this. I hate to say it, but if Fousey connects a few times, it could be over, says Alvin. Yeah, I do worry. He's got a good defense though, Deji. But look, this could be a problem. Okay, Deji getting a big intro, big reaction from the crowd as well. It's full inside the O2. Those empty seats are seemingly gone now. We knew this was a sellout. Fousey and Deji are face to face in the ring. Ref just saying a few final words. Shake hands. They both touch gloves. They both go back to their own corners. We're about to get underway with this one. Not sure if this one's going to go the distance or not. Certainly, look at that camera angle. Absolutely brilliant. Going down the entranceway, you just see all the O2. Nice and full. Both fighters in the ring. Big fight feel. Round number 1. Deji against Fousey. Here we go. Both fighters step into the center. A big roar from the crowd. And Deji with a big left. Oh, he gets caught with a shot of his... He's got Fousey backed up into the corner. Fousey grabs... He is throwing. He's not holding anything back here, Deji. Great fireworks at the start of this. Fousey backed up into the corner. Fousey getting out of the corner. That is a good move. Don't want to get trapped, but he's trapped right in the other corner. A lovely left hand by Deji. And Fousey's got to be really careful of his nose, which he's had, like, surgically repaired. Big shot coming in there by Fousey, but just misses. Both fighters into the middle. Great start here by Deji. Deji just keeping his hands down. That could be a problem. He's got to be careful. Again, just measuring. He's using that jab to measure. Good head movement there by Deji. Good head movement. The crowd absolutely with Deji. Good early start by Deji, though. Those shots just falling short by Fousey. Oh, that was a lovely left. Deji is finding ways through. He is finding ways through. Both fighters back into the center. Deji edging forward. Fousey backing up a little bit. Deji having a little look. Oh, I love that left hand. That left hand of Deji's looks great. It looks so good. Throws the hook and then follows it with a straight left. And he's been getting through. He does look a lot more like a professional boxer, Deji, than what Fousey does. But Fousey's working the jab. He's working the jab. It's not a terrible fighting style by Fousey. I feel like this is what we expected. Deji looking like the better fighter. Landing more. There's no way Fousey wins if it goes to scorecards. Unless he manages to get some standing counts and knockdowns in there. Deji, for me, is taking this round. He's had the bigger moments. But right now, both fighters in the center. We're seeing Deji. Lovely jab and follows it with a left. Uppercut there by Deji. Nice as the two are clinched up. Fousey getting driven back against the ropes. Good head movement there by Deji. Hook shot coming in there by Deji. Body shot there by Fousey. Another shot into the body. Into the clinch. Referee coming in trying to separate them apart. And we've got Fousey backing up against the ropes. Deji's got... Oh, end of the round. It's a Deji round. It's a Deji round. It's a Deji round. There we go, 10-9. The commentator's joking that the judges probably gave that to Fousey. It is true, God only knows which way they're going here, but it's a Deji round. 1-0 Deji. Galactic GD said, for everything. SD Film said, Deji on fire right now. We believe in the wedgie redemption. Let's go, Deji, said Cyber. Wedgie, plenty of wedges in the chat. Lots of support for Deji. I really hope he can do it. And for me, he takes that first round. He's looking a lot more composed. Here we go. Round number 2 about to start. Deji is looking very good. He's looking ready. He's looking focused. The thing to remember, though, this can go 4 rounds. There's a long way to go here. Couple of jabs there by Deji. The left hand, the power hand, is looking so good. If he can connect clean with that, I think he can cause Fousey big problems. He's glancing the head of Fousey with that left hand. Glancing, it's bouncing off his head. It's not hitting flush. I want to see that left really connect on Fousey, because then that'll be a good chin check. But nice little hook shot there by Fousey, but just falls short. Fousey is throwing stuff, but it's just not landing as Deji is out of range. Lovely body shot. Nice moving in and out of range there by Deji. Again, Deji flicking out that left. Oh, again, that left. I just want it to connect, but it's just not connecting that flush. Working that right jab. Working the right jab. Fousey's got to be careful of that power hand. He's got to be careful of that left. Deji getting backed up against the ropes. Couple of quick jabs. That's nice. Doubling up on the jabs now. Doubling up on the jabs. You can see where he's keeping his hands, though. His hands are really low, and I do worry about that for Deji. Again, trying to go straight down the middle, Deji. Lovely 1-2 by Deji, connecting. Deji just jabbing at the head of Fousey. Hook shot there by Fousey, but it just falls short. Good head movement there by Deji, you know. His head movement is so good. His defense is so good. He's so hard to hit. Deji doing really well with his defense, and he is getting through more. I feel like, I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like Fousey's face is going red. And I think those jabs are definitely doing damage by Deji. There is a couple of breaths being taken here. Deep breaths by both guys. More Fousey, though. Lovely. Straight down the middle with the left. Hook shot just falls short by Deji. Deji resets. Don't force it. This was my concern, was that he'll go looking for it and he'll leave himself open. But a big left hand straight down the middle by Deji. We're seeing Fousey getting backed up so far. Oh, lovely 1-2 combo by Deji. Lovely 1-2 combo. Deji. Oh, down goes Fousey. Fousey goes down. Big shot by Deji. Big round for Deji. Deji's going to 10-8 this round. He's going to 10-8 the round. Fousey goes down, but he's right back up. End of the round. Right at the end of the round. Big first round for Deji. An even bigger second round for Deji. If this goes to decision, Deji is looking very good right now. 10-9 first round. 10-8 second round. He's doing it. He's doing it. Logan Paul is just being interviewed at the moment. Logan Paul said he's excited. You're witnessing history, says Logan Paul. Crowd cheer as Logan's words are being heard all around the arena. Yeah, he was bringing that WWE promo style there, Logan Paul. Right, we are underway. Fousey was down in the second. What has round 3 got? Jab to the body there by Deji. Keep your head, mate. Keep your head. You're winning this fight. Don't know. Oh, lovely power shot by Deji. That left is causing so many problems. So many problems. Deji backing away. We're just seeing KSI backstage watching the action as it unfolds. Deji edging forward. 1-2 straight down the middle. KSI enjoying what he's seeing at the moment. Deji slipping underneath the jab of Fousey. Tying him up against the ropes. Deji doesn't need to be doing anything that special. Just but that was special. That was special. The left connects and Fousey's in a whole world of trouble. I think there's going to be a standing count. There is another stand. It's going to be another 10-8 round to Deji. Another standing count. Referees telling Fousey to go. Big drama. There could be a stoppage. I don't know how much more Fousey can take. Big shots coming in by Deji. The towel is thrown. The towel is thrown. Deji wins. Deji wins. Deji wins. The towel is thrown in. Fousey's corner throws in the towel. It's Wedgie. It's Wedgie. He's done it. The boyhood dream. The boyhood dream has come true. Is thrown in from the Fousey's corner. They don't want him to fight any longer. They don't want punishment. Deji wins. What a performance. Dubs absolutely everywhere. And he deserves it. What a fight. Great showing. He 10-8'd round 2. He was 10-8 in round 3. It could have gone to 10-7 as well. He was really pouring it on. That left hand was looking very good, very effective. Yes, Wedgie, let's go. We love Wedgie. Wedgie's done it. Wedgie has done it, and Fousey and Deji are embracing in the ring. Brilliant moment. Man, God, that left straight. That left straight. I mean, honestly, he's called Wedgie now. He is called Wedgie. Wedgie gets the win. That's straight left by Wedgie. Oh, they're just showing replays of some of these shots. Some of these shots are so impressive. So impressive. Towel was thrown in. Blood on the face of Fousey. I'm so pleased that he got that done. The crowd were absolutely into that. Absolutely into that. They were lapping up every second. Big win, man. Big win. Thank God, says Steel Hunter. Wedge's first win. Sidemen going crazy, said Jay. Dub. He outclassed him. He did. Losey Tube taking an L. I mean, it shows, doesn't it? It shows physique does not matter. Physique doesn't make any difference whatsoever. You can be absolutely ripped. You can be absolutely jacked. But it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Fousey with a black eye. Blood all over his face. He's got it done, man. Deji gets his hand raised. I tell you what. You're not going to get that smile off his face for a long, long time. Look at that big smile on his face. Everything he's been through. I don't know if we can say this was worth it, but I bet it feels like it was worth it. I bet it feels like it was worth it. That's one of the best performances we've seen tonight. What Deji has done there is one of the best performances. That left hand looks so good. True Geordie in the ring. Deji said he wants to give glory to God. He said, I've got the best team ever. So he's talking about his team and what they've done for him. Deji. I knew he could do it, says King Russell. Deji with the dub. Deji versus Waymether. Book it now, says Mega Monkey. Brilliant. So So he's just shouting out his childhood friend. He said his childhood friend Shane was the one that really drove him to return to the ring, really encouraged him to come back to the ring. And he's shouting him out, saying that he really appreciates that, really appreciates the fact that he gave him that belief. So Bryce Hall gets shouted out by Deji. So Deji gets the victory. It's a wonderful performance by him. We're going over to Fousey as well. We're just hearing from Fousey. His eyes swelling up. True Geordie said, you can't be too down on that. Fousey said, I might not be the best fighter in the ring, but when it comes to life, I know I win every time. Okay, so he's just talking about people not giving up, never quitting. I don't stop, I don't quit. Some nice words from Fousey there. Cool. Fousey said, congratulations, Deji. You'll hear that from me first. You deserve this one. So, classy from Fousey. Yeah, great. Some really, really great shots in there by Deji. Really great shots. Really great. Fousey got slapped. Main event after the Slim fight, which is next. Yes, we do have the Slim fight coming up next. So, FaZe Temperrr against Slim. It's been a lot of trash talking in this one. This has got a lot of bad blood in it, but I think people are still reveling in the wedgie. In the wedgie moment. FaZe Temperrr taking on Slim. They're just showing all the results so far. It's been a fun night, man. It's been good. Lucy Tube. No shame. No shame for Fousey. I'm so happy for Wedgie. You can't even bet on what round the KSI fight will be won in, says Stortnight. It's Lucy. Slim versus Temperrr is about to be fire. Salil said, did Kenny win? Kenny did win, yeah. It was controversial, but he did win. Yeah. I mean, look. So much stuff that this event has been so much fun because there's been so many talking points. We've had early stoppages like the Salt Papi stoppage. We've seen some real skill in there. What Deji just brought was fantastic to watch. There was some real good stuff in the King Kenny FaZe fight as well. Controversy in that fight, like a big talking point. So if you're like at that event and when you're leaving. There's so many things to talk about. So many talking points. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Great stoppages, great fights, great technique. Deji getting his first win. Obviously, you still got the main event to go. How is KSI going to look against a professional boxer? KSI, his gas tank, I think, is going to be fine. I don't think he used up much energy at all in his first fight. So he should have plenty in reserve. But, yes, it's going to be very, very interesting, that main event. But we do have FaZe Temperrr taking on Slim. As we said, Slim has got a good record, actually. And I do think that he's going to be a big problem for FaZe Temperrr. But, I don't know, I'm leaning FaZe Temperrr, personally. I think what we'll do is end our poll. You guys called it again. You went with Deji, and it was Deji. Let's see which way you go on this one. I think this one's going to be quite tricky for people to call. So I feel like this one is going to be quite close. Let's see if we can get another poll made. Where's the chat gone? There it is. Okay, so who wins? Who wins? Is it going to be FaZe Temperrr, or is it going to be Slim? Right, let's get the poll out. Boom, there we go. We are edging towards the end of the show, in all fairness. Only 2 fights left, and obviously not many rounds. It's not like we've got loads and loads of rounds that we have to go through. I think both fights are... I think this next one's 4 rounds, and then I think KSI Pineda is 3 rounds. Slim, the name checks out. As long as KSI doesn't start windmilling, he will walk it, says Andrew. The FaZe clan is a part of 2K22, so I'm going FaZe Temperrr for co-main, says Edward. Did he win? Did who win? Deji won. Deji won. Slim, easy dub, says Harry. If Slim wins, I'm going to laugh so hard, says Iguro. Deji won, he did. We've had 578 votes coming in. We should be getting our ring walks very, very soon for our next fight. We are just with the commentators at the moment. Commentators include True, Geordie, and Keemstar. Keemstar obviously going to be very disappointed because his partner is Fousey. They're obviously partners with that happy... I can't remember what it's called. The Happy Punch. Which has got like a load of fighters signed up to it. And Fousey is a partner in that with Keemstar. So he'll be disappointed with that last result. But FaZe Temperrr taking on Slim. Slim coming in with a 1-inch reach advantage. Really not much in it at all. But we will be going over to that very, very soon. FaZe all the way, says Shy Boy. Who is after this fight? After this fight is our main event, KSI. Taking on Pineda. Did KSI win both his 1-1 and his second one is coming up in a bit. Hibber, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Jay the King said, I cried when Deji won. Oh, hello. Have we got the American anthem? Yeah, we do. We've got the American national anthem right now. I think both of these fighters are from the USA, so that makes sense. FaZe Temperrr. From LA, I think Brazil via LA. And then Slim, I think, is from Brooklyn. So we do have the Star-Spangled Banner right now. I don't care who wins. Deji won a fight, says Mr. Jacob Goats. Wedgie Brothers. Oh, this woman that's singing is barefoot. She's not wearing any shoes. I wonder if they've told her she can't wear shoes or something. Perhaps she can't wear heels in a boxing ring or something. She's still going. So, Star Spangled Banner being sung. And we are about to get the entrances. Go Slim all the way from South Africa, says Mikhail. Do you know where it can be watched other than DAZN? I think it's a DAZN exclusive, to be honest. Someone post Deji's fight, says Harris. I don't know when they put them up, to be honest. I don't know when they go on. I'm sure you'll see the towel being thrown in all over social media right now. Okay, so there we go. She's done. The national anthem, co-main event of the evening. We're about to get ring walks for FaZe Temperrr and Slim. Slim making his way out. It's coming down. What is this music? Is this Vanessa Colton? Not the kind of entrance music that you would expect. Sim from Yemen. Such a goated song. KSI about to end the curse. This is that, what is it, 1,000 Miles? I think it is Vanessa Carlton. So he's making his way down. Someone in the crowd has got a Hasbulla cutout, which I give them props for that. The women in the crowd are absolutely loving it. Now he's got September by Kool and the Gang, I think. Okay, fair play. I mean, that's a cool song. Logan's enjoying it. Yeah, Slim's taking forever to get into the ring. He's got a couple of tracks and he wants to make sure that we definitely hear them. When is JJ going to win his second fight? Well, he's on after this, buds. JJ is on after this. So Slim is inside the ring. We're just waiting for FaZe Temperrr. Slim, very confident. Maybe the underdog, maybe. But I think his record is like 3-0 and all of them are stoppages. He's someone that really does love the spotlight being on him. And that's, I mean, look, fine, great. These are influencers. This is what they do. So, but I don't know if he'll be to everyone's taste. I don't know if everyone's going to be siding with him or not. He gives the ref a little hug. I have to admit, I think I'd like to see him get knocked out. I think I'm on FaZe Temperrr's side. Temperrr is stiff. How many rounds is KSI's fight? I think it's 3. I think he was allowed to go 3 rounds in the first fight, but it only went to the second. And I think the main event can go 3. Because he only did 2, I wonder if he can say, look, I never actually used 1 round in my first fight. Can I put that onto this one? I wonder if he can do that. I wonder if he could speak to the commission and do that. FaZe Temperrr making his way down. He's got a cool jacket. I like his jacket. Brown jacket. Furry collar. Brazilian flag. Says FaZe Clan. He looks cool. He's not messing around. No dancing from him. He's been very focused, actually, in the build for this. He's been very focused. So, FaZe Temperrr getting inside the ring. We saw him obviously doing very well against King Kenny. So, this is going to be a fun fight, actually. I think both of these can go. Slim in the corner still provoking. Yeah. True Geordie saying he's going to have to take a few punches here, Slim, if he wants to land a few. Right. That Vanessa Carlton song is a banger, to be fair. Did Deji win? He did. Yeah, he did. Slim is a muppet. Yeah, he is someone that will divide opinion. He's trying. He's bringing some entertainment value. He's certainly making some people smile. Just over 2,000 votes. We are getting towards the end of the stream, as we said. We got one more fight after this. Wow, I thought it would be 50-50. You guys have gone 70-30. I thought it would be... I'm really surprised, actually. But you've gone 70-30 for FaZe Temperrr. So, seems like you lot are with FaZe Temperrr. We'll see if that prediction is correct. We're moments away from this getting underway. Slim is in his head rent-free, says Sharma. Don't worry, Days. A lot of us don't like Slim, says Retribution. Slim is a grade A dosser, said Jaden. Slim Shady is going to lose. Slim's good. He's just really annoying. Slim is there to cause chaos. Manny said, are you doing UFC? There's no UFC this weekend. No UFC this weekend. KSI versus Swarmz is now uploaded to YouTube. Right, Slim is in the ring. Let's see how this one goes. Obviously, we got KSI's second fight after this. KSI won his first fight. He did. Did KSI win? He won his first. Fousey was scared, said Timmers. Right, FaZe Temperrr. Just getting his intro. We're going to be underway. Very soon, they're just going to step forward, touch gloves. Referee have his final few words. It's a sold-out O2 arena. It does look great. Logan Paul is there. No sign of Jake unless he's going to rock up last second. Slim staring at FaZe Temperrr there. Just wide-eyed. This is a big fight. Big fight feel. Not as big as Deji, but these two. There's a little bit of beef between them. Slim comes racing out. So Slim comes racing out, occupies the center ground. Yeah, he was very focused. It's just a flurry of shots, and then he grabs a hold of FaZe Temperrr to break apart. Slim gold trunks with purple Slim written on the front. Couple of shots there. He looks a bit scrappy to me, Slim. FaZe is in brown trunks, and he's keeping a nice high guard. I like his wide stance. FaZe again trying to throw in and land with a big right hand. That was nice. That was nice. He managed to get a right through, and he's looking for another right as well. He lands a couple of shots. I don't know why he just sort of picked up FaZe there. That's going to take up a bit of energy. These two wailing away into a clinch at the moment, and referee separating them. Minute gone, very scrappy, but I feel like Slim has landed a couple. I do like the stance of FaZe, but Slim's just like very unorthodox striking style. Good head movement there by Slim. He ducks underneath a hook shot. FaZe might be a little bit slow with his hand speed. He's not managing to catch Slim. Slim's got good head movement. Slim coming in, landing a few body shots. He's got FaZe Temperrr up against the ropes, and he connects with a couple of hook shots. Slim just unloading on FaZe Temperrr. FaZe Temperrr with a couple of shots back. Oh, some good shots there by FaZe. I think both guys landing with some shots. Very interesting, very scrappy. Both guys there getting through, very unorthodox. Both in the center again. Lovely straight right there by Slim. Slim trying to grab a hold of FaZe. Referee not separating them. Does come in now. Referee just having a little word with Slim. Fighting, getting back underway. 30-odd seconds on the clock. Close rounds. Close round. I feel like this might be a Slim round, but there's not much in it. Slim had a nice flurry, but FaZe had a good little moment as well. The problem is, oh, look. The problem is that FaZe is swinging and just missing, whereas Slim is at least getting through with that right hand. I think there's a bit of blood on the nose of FaZe as well. You can see where those shots have connected by Slim. FaZe edging forward, Slim backing up. End of the round. I'm going to give that to Slim. Going to give that to Slim. So 10-9. 10-9 to Slim. Not loads in it. I just think that he's landing with that right hand. The right hand seems to be the difference. The straight down the middle seems to be causing a few problems. And I think he's just getting through more than what FaZe Temperrr's getting through. Let's go, Deji. Slim is winning, says Sus. Yeah, the straight right, really, really nice. They're just showing a couple of them here on the replays. Those straight right hands down the middle have actually busted open FaZe Temperrr's nose a bit. There's blood kind of coming down the side of the face. There's David Hay. David Hay in the crowd for this one. Here we go then, round number 2. Referee telling them to Step into the middle. Slim does exactly that. This can go 4 rounds, this one. This is our co-main event of the evening. Not much in that round. Not much between them at all. There are going to need to be a few little adjustments made, though, by FaZe Temperrr. As Slim comes in, doesn't land anything, but grabs a hold of FaZe Temperrr. Is putting out the jab hand, and yeah, lands it. Gets through. Sticks his tongue out, does a little bit of showboating. Yeah, that was good by Slim. Slim, again, just kind of putting out the jab hand and just distracting. He's got the left, trying to get a body shot. Good head movement. Little dig to the body there by FaZe Temperrr. Slim breaking apart. Yeah, referee having a few words there about grabbing a hold of the opponent. Slim doing a lot of clinching. Little flurries of shots there. Tries to land a hook shot. Good head movement. I like that by Slim. So Slim like really throws these big hooks and then he gets his head down and drives his head kind of into his opponent's body. So that's his defense really. He throws these big shots and then before anything can come back, he's getting his head down and out of the way. I actually think with him doing that, the uppercut might be open. I actually think if he's going to drive his head down, rather than swinging away, when he does that, bring it up, catch his head as it's down. Look, he constantly, watch him, he's putting his head down. When he does throw his hook shots, he drops his head. Bang! I'd be looking to use the uppercut if I was FaZe Temperrr. I really think he could get some joy with that. Again, head going down. Oh, he catches FaZe, though. He's got him up against the ropes. Oh, FaZe is out. FaZe is down. It's down. It's a big shot by Slim. It's a big shot. FaZe is up. The ref's called it. The ref has called it. Slim wins. Slim wins. Big shot. That is a big shot. You got to put respect on his name. You've got to put respect on his name. That is a big, big shot. That is a big, big shot. It was a lightning bolt by Slim. Really impressive. Really impressive. FaZe was getting back to his feet, but he was absolutely all at sea. Slim did back it up. Yeah, he showed some good head movement. He did show some really good skills. Slim has won. Don't know how people are going to feel about that. Man. So he's got him backed up. It's a lovely straight left, and he's just got him up against the ropes. Back. There it is. Yeah, hook shot, right hook shot. That's what drops him. There's a right hook shot, and that's what sends him down. Oh, man, and he just seems out as well. He goes down. He bounces off the second rope. Beautiful, beautiful. So well done to Slim. Slim gets a second round knockout. He does manage to get back up to his feet in all fairness, but the referee calls it. The referee doesn't like what he's seeing. Doesn't think that that fight can continue. There we go. It's Slim goated. Fair play. He's not the most popular of people. But fair play. He got the win. That's got to be gutting for FaZe Temperrr. It's got to be gutting. Michael said, I should have put money on this. I got them all correct so far. Slim coming over, shaking the hand of Logan Paul. I don't know what Slim's saying. I don't know if he's calling him out or whatever. Slim having a word with Logan. Yeah, I mean, that's a big result for him. That's a big result for him. It's a good win. Main event coming up now. Main event time coming up. So, KSI is going to be taking on Pineda. We'll probably have to wait a little bit until we get to this one, but we are just seeing... there we go, 2 minutes, 20 seconds, round number 2. It's got to be gutting, man. It's got to be gutting for FaZe Temperrr. Slim gets the win. Who's going to stop him? Slim. Albaher gets the win. The real Slim Shady, please stand up. Sensei got robbed. Did Temperrr lose? He did. He did. Who's winning right now? There's no fight on right now. We've literally just finished with our last fight, FaZe Temperrr against Slim. So that last fight has ended, and we are building our way now towards the main event of the evening. KSI taking on the professional boxer, Pineda. But we are just hearing from Slim. Slim said he'd been trying to get a big fight for so long. Every time I was knocked down, I always walked forward with a smile on my face. No matter how hard it is, God has got a plan for you. So Slim said that he is the top. True Geordie asks, where do you see yourself in this influencer boxing? And Slim said that he is the top dog. Slim said that he's got the belt, he's got the strap. Anyone that wants it, they can go. They can do a back-to-back. He's talking about doing two fights in one night as well, but yeah, it is going to be interesting who steps up to Slim. If JJ wins, it'll be banging night for the Sidemen. KSI versus Jake next year. Well, listen, we've got one fight left to go. We've got one fight left to go. It's our main event of the evening, and this is for all the marbles. I mean, if KSI loses this, where does that leave him? Because Swarmz did not look good at all. I don't know that the win over Swarmz has achieved much at all. So if he loses this fight, what has he actually achieved tonight? Like, there will be big questions if he loses this next fight. If he loses this next fight, there will be questions. This is interesting. We're doing the poll right now. It is main event of the evening. I can tell you, KSI came in against Swarmz as a minus 1,500 favorite. That means you would have to bet $1,500 to win $100. So that's that's a wide favorite. Here is only a minus 400 favorite. So much closer, much closer. Now you have to bet $400 to win 100. Before you had to bet 1,500 to win 100. So the odds on this one are a lot closer. Our main event of the evening is here. KSI taking on the professional boxer in Pineda. Now, for those that don't know, Pineda is Mexican. He is won 2 fights. He's lost 5. His recent record is 4 straight losses, 4 stoppages. This isn't his natural weight class. He normally operates at weight classes lower than this. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge for Pineda as well. He is fighting someone bigger than usual. He is also obviously not on a great run at the moment, but he is a professional boxer. He's been well scouted, though. KSI said, I know that Pineda's got a good range. I know that he is very good with left hands to the body. He's got a decent uppercut as well. He likes to use his defense. He likes to invite pressure and use his counter shots. So Pineda is going to be an interesting challenge. It's very, very hard to predict this next one because we just don't know quite where KSI is on his boxing journey, and we just don't know how good Pineda is, so it does make it very, very difficult. I think that KSI wins this. I feel quite comfortable that he wins this. Now, he might not get a stoppage. It could be that it goes decision. It might be that he struggles to really put Pineda away, because I got to think Pineda's going to have good head movement. He's going to have good footwork. He's not going to get trapped in corners. It could be that KSI finds it a little tricky to put him away, but I would imagine KSI will just bully him, will use his size. Even though Pineda is taller, he's really thin. But it's going to be an interesting fight. It's going to be a really interesting fight. There's only 1 pound difference between them. KSI is 1 pound heavier than Pineda, but Pineda, you've got to think his cardio is going to check out. I don't think Pineda's gassing out, so his cardio should check out, and he should have a few different shots in his arsenal. And, this is going to be a challenge. It is going to be a challenge. So let me know which way you think it goes, who you think's going to get the win. I do think Pineda was selected for a reason. I do think that he has been selected for a reason. And I think that reason is because this is going to provide a good opportunity for KSI to get a victory. But, it's not going to be easy. I want KSI, but I don't think he's ready for a pro boxer, says Antarctica Flag. Pineda looks way younger than me, and I'm 17 next week, said BSA. Happy birthday. Pineda is going to be a pinata. Everyone repeat KSI. Vamos! Vamos! Pineda is going to win. Trust me. KSI will win for sure. The dude is being paid to lose. That's what journeymen do. Vamos! 2 dubs for KSI. Well, we are getting to that point of the evening. We are in the O2 Arena, and it has been a long evening, but it's been a fun evening as well. It's been a very enjoyable evening, and we are getting to the point where Logan Paul is on stage drinking a Prime. Prime is everywhere. So Logan Paul on stage with a bottle of Prime. There might be a bottle of Prime coming out with KSI again. There was a big bottle of Prime earlier, and we might be getting another one in a moment. Logan said, I am so proud of my fellow creators today. Every time I see influencer boxing, I am impressed. He said, this isn't expensive and it is wildly entertaining. I will give it that. I do agree with that. It has been a very fun show, and it was only like $11.99 here in the UK. You do have to subscribe to DAZN, but DAZN do have quite a few good fights coming up anyway. Chris Eubank said, it's been a really entertaining night. There's not been any disappointments. Matchmaking has been brilliant. There's been some great knockouts. Controversy, of course. Dub SI. Lots of dub SIs. Lots of vamos. Is this KSI's first match? No, he's already won his first one. Why am I nervous for JJ, says Edwards. Because you want him to win, that's why. When does the fight start? No idea, to be honest. I would imagine there'll be a little break. They made us wait about half an hour for the first one. Don't think we'll have to wait that long. But I do think there'll be a little bit of a break because this is the end of the evening, isn't it? This is the main event. We don't know how long it'll go for, but this is basically, you know, what everyone's been waiting for. This is KSI against a professional boxer, so... when does the fight start? When does the fight start? We don't know, but it'll be about 10 minutes, I would imagine. Ballpark. At the moment, we've just got Logan Paul saying a few words on stage. So we've had nearly 3,000 votes. So massive shout out to everyone that's joined us and nearly 3,000 votes. Let's have a little look. Wow. Wow. 92% of you think KSI is going to get the victory tonight. KSI, 92%. 8% of you have gone with Pineda. So it looks like we've got plenty of KSI fans in the house right now. I can tell you that I can see how the stream does all the time, every hour. And the biggest spike we had tonight, the biggest moment we had tonight was Deji. Deji was the biggest highlight of the night so far. I don't know if this is about to beat it. And KSI taking on Pineda's going to grab people's attention. But Deji is the highlight of the night so far. People absolutely loving what Deji brought to the table tonight. Come on, JJ, says NJ. Pineda will win, said Rhythmic. I hope JJ wins, said Zach. Pineda will win. It's not over yet, says Murray. No, Jaden. Shout out to you. Shout out to Swaziland. Jake has got nothing on KSI, says Dogan. The World of RC said, can you read this? I read it. Shout out to you. Deji was big, says Shola. Yeah, a lot of people wanted Deji to win it. I'm not surprised that Deji got such a massive reaction, such a massive response from people. People tuning in, wanting to see how he was going to do. It's great. Great to see him getting that kind of support, to be honest. I bet money on KSI. It says there's going to be 15 minutes till the fight. JJ will easily win this. Well, I don't know how easy it's going to be. I mean, this is a professional boxer, and it's someone that I think will know how to throw, know how to use head movement, use good footwork, know not to get backed into corners. I mean, we're seeing a lot of people tonight that have had very, very limited boxing training. But this guy that KSI is facing in the main event, he has been fighting professionally since 2017. So that's a long time and a lot of boxing training. That's a lot of knowledge that he's stepping into the ring with. So, I don't know, look, he's not the biggest of guys. He's quite small. He's someone that fights normally at a lower weight class. He's someone that I would imagine KSI should be able to get the victory against. I think he will get the victory against. But it's the unknown, isn't it? It's really the unknown. We don't quite know where KSI is on his journey. We don't quite know how good Pineda is. So, yeah, we're going to find out. Moments away from finding out. If KSI loses, he will be known as Fat Neck SI. How was Deji? Deji was very good. Deji was very good. It was a very good performance. He was dominating that fight. We are backstage with KSI. KSI is backstage and looks like we're probably going to wait a little bit then. He's got a t-shirt on at the moment. KSI said, my bro did it. What an event. He's just talking about how great tonight has been. Some of the great knockouts that we've seen. Your boy is back for round 2. Confident. Very confident. So there we go. KSI just saying a few words, and we are going to be underway with this fight very, very soon. RIP Boxing. Just joined the live show. One fight left. KSI against Pineda. Did I miss the fight? Not the main event. No, that's coming up next. Pineda has 5 losses and 2 wins. That's correct. He lost his last 4 and he's been stopped in his last 4. But that is against professional boxers. You know, we don't quite know where KSI is. This is going to be a real test of his skills because he looks like he's got skills. I mean, he looked very composed in that first fight against Swarmz, but it's very hard to gauge where KSI is by that first fight because that was not a great performance by Swarmz at all. At all. He looked like someone that had only been training for about 20 days. Pineda will lose, says NPES. Pineda has got a big chance, says Rithik. Deji is very happy now. Yes. Please don't ignore the Sensei robbery. I'm not. I had Sensei win him. I had Sensei winning that. I thought Sensei should have won it. I think that there are definitely question marks to be and questions to be asked about the judging there because I think pretty much everyone had it. If you saw our watch along and the reaction to when the result came in, it was literally robbery. Like there really was next to no one that was siding with King Kenny. So, yeah, big question marks on that. I actually wouldn't be surprised if they didn't lodge an appeal again. So there was an appeal for the last time it went to the decision. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do that again. We are just at like a little commercial break. So they are just making us wait at the moment. But that's all right. It's building up the anticipation. We're getting there. We're getting there. We should be getting close to ring walks and everything soon. We've nearly 5,000 votes. If we get to the 5,000 votes, I'll read out where we are. Last time we looked, it was like 92% to 8%. KSI, I don't think it will have moved that much ever since. KSI has changed a lot since his Logan fight, especially with his punches, says Dalpar. Opinion on Slim and the way KSI was in the first fight compared to the Logan fight. Can't judge anything from that first KSI fight. The Swarmz was just constantly running around the outsides, just trying to throw these overhands. And really all KSI had to do was avoid those, block them, avoid them, and then like just get back and just like start jabbing away. And the more he was like jabbing and putting that pressure onto Swarmz was just literally full on retreat mode. KSI dominated round 1 and in 20 seconds of round 2 knocked him down and referee called it. So there's not loads that you can take away from that first KSI. We will get a much better idea about KSI in this fight now against Pineda. Slim looked good. The only thing I would say about Slim is that he looks hittable as well. He really looks hittable. He really looks like he's got a lovely straight shot that keeps going, a left hand that kept going straight down the middle. There was a lovely, his straight shots look really good. Didn't see tons of variety from Slim, but he was doing well. I think he took that first round quite close, but I thought he edged it. And then in the second round, you know, he gets through with a beautiful shot, hook shot, sends down Slim Temperrr and gets the victory. So yeah, Slim looked good. He's the rightful winner. But we are waiting for our main event. JJ has got to win for legacy and to get that big money fight. Ledge Killer, appreciate the kind words, dude. KSI has improved so much. I think it's hard to judge. I mean, you might be judging that off like his training videos and stuff. But I think from the one fight we've seen so far, there's next to nothing to go off. He just wasn't tested by Swarmz. I mean, apart from just avoiding those big overhands, that's all he had to do. Who won, Slim or Temperrr? It was Slim. It was Slim. Slim won and rightfully won as well. round 2 knockout. Temperrr went down, seemed to be out. He did get back to his feet, but the ref called it. And Slim had won the first round as well. So, yeah, Slim, I wouldn't say dominated, but definitely won. How much longer till it starts? They don't tell you, unfortunately, so I can't, like, give you a time. But, I mean, it can't be long. It really can't be long. Everyone is waiting for this to begin. They're saying coming up next is going to be KSI against Pineda. So, as I said, can't be long. We've just got a little advert for Prime. So, has anyone had Prime? I actually haven't tried Prime. Do people like Prime? Is Prime a good drink? I've never tried it. I'd give it a go. It looks all right. But I've never tried it. It starts in 7 minutes. Right, I'm just hearing them saying the time has come. So, Pineda is 3 inches taller. He is got a 1-inch reach advantage, but there's not much to that. So, 1-inch reach advantage. Okay, here we go. Michael Buffer in the ring. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Deji did good. He's improved since Alex Wasabi said Young Jay. I tried the blue one. It's good. Okay, thank you. Prime time. Prime is good. Deji has done very good and improved. Whenever it hits stores, it just disappears straight away. Oh, they're killing it on sales, aren't they? They're killing it on sales. Right. Here's Pineda. Pineda coming out. He's got a Mexican wrestling mask on. Right. 92% for KSI. 8% for Pineda. Pineda coming out. He is unknown. He's coming out with a little kid as well. Little kid's giving high fives as well. Pineda's 23. He honestly looks about 14. Honestly looks about 14. We've got the UK flag and we've got the Mexican flag. Pineda stepping inside the ring. So there we go. He's got this. Look at that. He's got a bit of footwork. He's got a bit of footwork. Why can't I see anything? I don't know. Is it not? Is your DAZN not working? There's been a few people saying their DAZN keeps going down. I've had that a few times tonight. Right, here we go. Pineda is in the corner then. He's come down and here comes KSI. So KSI had a black robe for his first fight. He's actually coming out in the same robe, but only this time it's white. So he was in black the first time. He's in white for this one. So here we go. KSI for the second time tonight, making his way down. He's got a smile on his face. Smile on his face. He looks cool, calm, collected. That first fight wouldn't have taken too much out of him. No, he doesn't seem to have a care in the world at all. KSI very focused, making his way down to the ring. And Pineda is already in the ring. Fat Neck, get in your final thoughts. Who do you think's going to win? What round is it going to be as well? What round do you think KSI gets the victory in? If you think he's going to win, 92% of you think he's going to get this done. One stoppage already. Is he about to get another against a professional boxer? Pineda is in the ring. Pineda knows this is a massive opportunity for him. Big opportunity for him. JJ has got a win for Legacy. Thank you, Swarmz, for making this an easy dub for KSI. Round 2 knockout. Round 3 knockout. Vamos! Round 2. We're just waiting at the moment. KSI backstage, bouncing around. Just waiting. I don't know what the delay is. I don't know if we're just keeping Pineda waiting in the ring. I wouldn't think they were playing those kind of games, to be honest. Here we go. KSI is making his entrance now. Pineda is in the corner. The Nightmare KSI stepping out in a full O2 arena for the second time. Lights go out. People have got their camera phones in the air. Great looking scene. Looks really great in the O2 right now. Just waiting for his entrance music. What time is it starting? Well, we're just getting KSI's second ring walk right now. I'm thinking judge's decision, says Anthony. Pineda might surprise us, says Aravind. I think he'll start off strong and knock him out in the first, says Hayden. Split decision. Here is KSI. So KSI has got a white robe, white trunks. Making his way down, and we've got another live performance. Pineda for the win. The Demon Slayer KSI. That is our boy, said Ataku. KSI is here. KSI flops, says Tommy. The Nightmare KSI. He's making his way down. It's a slow walk by KSI. His first fight, as we said, he was in black. This fight is wearing white. Looks out at the crowd again. Very focused. Cool, calm, collected. I think he's just soaking it in. It's not often that you've got 20-odd thousand in the O2. So KSI making his way down to the ring. KSI steps inside. Bouncing around. And both fighters are inside the ring right now. So we are going to get underway with this one very, very soon. Things to keep an eye on. KSI has said that the defense of Pineda is very good. He's very good at counter shots. Very good at lefts to the body as well. So just a few things that KSI is going to need to be cautious of and aware of. KSI, though, I think he's been training for this. I think this opponent has been scouted. I think that he will have chosen this person because they will have found some weaknesses already. They will have found a few openings. Pineda coming in with 4 straight losses, 4 straight stoppages. He's obviously younger than KSI as well. KSI is thicker. He's definitely got more muscle on him than what Pineda's got. But it's not about that. It's not about that. Probably the most ripped person on this card was Fousey, and Fousey losing tonight to Deji. So it's certainly not about physique. It's all about hand speed. It's all about skill. It's all about head movement. It's all about footwork. Is the Prime bottle there? Do you know what? The Prime bottle wasn't. That's a good shout. It wasn't. No sign of the Prime bottle. No sign of the Prime bottle. So, yeah, no Prime bottle. So, we've got Michael Buffer doing the intro. This is just a KSI ego fest, says Finmar. He's going to break the curse. Okay, so Michael Buffer doing the intros. We will be underway with this very, very soon. People getting in their final thoughts. KSI has got better movements. Pineda getting his intro fight in out of Mexico. Professional record of 2 wins and 5 losses. I think this one is only 3 rounds again, so I think we can only go 3 rounds. This is not going to be the longest of main events. Pineda kissing his gloves, pointing up to the sky. He's going to shock the world, says Stem. KSI looking very confident, fighting out of Watford, England. KSI has got more power. Who do you think will win, Jake or KSI? I right now would go Jake because I've just not seen much from KSI. I mean, there was really next to nothing to judge him on that first fight. We'll get a much better idea after this. David Hay applauding as KSI gets his intro. Big cheers for KSI as both fighters step into the middle. They touch gloves. This is going to be interesting. They do touch gloves. We are about to get underway. KSI against Pineda. This is going to be a lot of fun. Pineda goes over to the corner, says a little prayer. How aggressive is KSI going to be? That's what I'm interested in. He's got to be careful of the counters. Here we go. KSI firing in shot to the body. So JJ throwing in some heavy body shots. Pineda goes down. Pineda goes down and he says to the referee, the hand was round the back of the head. Pineda saying hand round the back of the head here. It is a knockdown for JJ. It's we're at 10-8 territory already. Referee has gone over and had a word with KSI. Pineda's saying about the back of the head he's not happy. Body shot coming in there by KSI. Pineda goes down again. That was not back of the head. That was not back of the head. Pineda stepping into the center. KSI pouring it onto Pineda. Pineda cannot deal with KSI. KSI coming forward. He's driving Pineda back. Pineda having to weather an early storm here by KSI. KSI's already had Pineda down. Pineda, big overhand here by KSI. Uppercut just misses. Pineda is in full retreat mode. Again, Pineda saying back of the head. Constantly complaining about the back of the head, Pineda. These two underway. Jab coming in there by KSI. Again, following it up with a shot to the body. Yeah, he is just constantly complaining about the back of the head. Shot coming in there by Pineda. Pineda backing up KSI, pouring it on into the clinch. KSI is being very aggressive in this main event. KSI easily looking the better fighter here. Easily. And again, Pineda is getting really upset with these shots round the back of the head. KSI is got Pineda backing up. Body shot there. What is he complaining about? What is Pineda complaining about? And then look, Pineda is just absolutely... Pineda all the time is just saying back of the head, back of the head, back of the head. Wow. Yeah, True Geordie said this guy is here for a quick payday. True Geordie just said it. This guy is here for a quick payday. That's why this guy is here. This guy is out of his depth. He knows he's out of his depth. He's constantly complaining about shots to the back of the head. It really feels like Pineda. That's a 10-8. You might even go 10-7. 10-8 KSI. Constantly complaining about shots to the back of the head. Constantly complaining. Pineda does not look good. Pineda does not look good. Pineda just died. NJ said he needs to stop complaining. Yeah. There are a couple of shots that do go round the back of the head, in all fairness, but they're not as constant as what this guy is making out. Yeah, what I don't understand, there was a body shot, and then Pineda was like, he hit me round here, and I don't even understand what he was complaining about. Here we go, round number 2. The only professional fighter on the card is the one that's acting the least professional. So, round number 2, here we go. I don't even like his stance. His stance just doesn't look great. He's way too exposed. Pineda is really open on the body, and KSI has gone to the body a few times. This is much better than when he was fighting Logan. What you can say is that overhand he was just spamming all the time. That's gone. This is, but he's still got it, look. He's laughing his head off there. He's tried to throw the overhands a couple of times. But this is a much better performance by KSI. A couple of jabs there by Pineda. Pineda getting backed up. Little grimace on his face as he gets caught with a couple of shots. KSI moving forwards. Fight maybe just settling down a little bit. KSI having to do a lot of running. He's throwing a lot of shots. Throwing out a lot of jabs. Couple of strikes coming in. Swing there by KSI. Pineda is dancing around on the outside. Yeah, Pineda is doing a lot of running on the outside. Body shot there by KSI. Pineda goes down to one knee. Pineda goes down. He's taking a couple of deep breaths. Pineda gets back up to his feet. So Pineda is going to continue, but KSI has him down. Referee was counting. 10-8 KSI in the first. We're 10-8 in this round as well. I don't think we've got any doubts that if this goes to the judges, it's going to be KSI. KSI really only needs to worry at this stage about Pineda finding a shot that puts him away, but it doesn't look like it's coming. It doesn't look like it's coming. We have literally just got Pineda running around the outside, dancing around, side to side steps, covering up. Those shots to the body by KSI doing damage. Another big shot. Hook shot there. Pineda stumbles back. Pineda goes down again. Pineda goes down. Referee counting. This is a test of Pineda. KSI doing press-ups as Pineda gets back up to his feet. So Pineda on his feet. Referee saying, are you ready? You ready to continue? Pineda says that he is. There's 30 seconds for him to survive. Shot coming in round the back of the head. Pineda complains. Duck underneath. He grabs a hold of KSI. He's just trying to get through the fight. That's where we are right now. 10-8. First round. 10-8. Second round. Big body shot again. He's got him again with an uppercut. Pineda stays on his feet. He's literally just trying to see out the clock. And there we go. Pineda survives. Pineda survives. KSI is winning. He is dominating. Pro boxer. Retribution said this is a joke. KSI, well look, KSI's beating what's in front of him. He beat Swarmz and he beat this Pineda. 2 and 5, more like 0 and 25. Did he get a knockout? He didn't get a knockout. He's had well, I think they've classed the first one as a knockout, which I don't think it was. I think it was a technical knockout. But there's no knockouts in this one. He's getting knockdowns, though. This is a joke, says Retribution. This is an easy dub. KSI is going to win. Round number 3 coming up. This is easy work for KSI. This is easy work for KSI. But, I mean, look, he's making it look easy. He's had to do the work, and he is... Oh, big shot! Pineda down to one knee! Big shot right at the start of the third! Pineda's shaking his head. He does get back up. The way that Pineda went down then and shook his head, I didn't think he was getting back up, but he did get back up. Body shot again. The body shots have done a lot of damage here by KSI. Pineda just dancing around on the outside. KSI has got good cardio. And Pineda down again. He's so frustrated. He's constantly saying back of the head. I think he's out of his depth. I think he's the professional boxer. I think he is... it's been waved. It's been called. It's been called. The ref said that's enough, and it is enough. It was a one-way battering. KSI has won. He's beaten the professional boxer. And there we go. KSI. Easy work for KSI. KSI. Dub SI. Dub SI gets the victory. Dub SI times 2. That's what we've had. Dub SI. Yeah, that is true. We did see a new KSI in the ring. If you wanted an answer to, is this KSI better than the KSI that fought Logan, the answer is yes. If you want an answer as to whether he can beat Jake Paul, I don't think we got an answer to that. He took on 2 opponents that ran away from him. 2 opponents that ran away. KSI really needs someone that's going to stand and exchange and fight. Stand and fight. KSI in there with Deji. Really nice moment right now. As KSI and Deji are sharing a moment in the ring. 2 wins for KSI. KSI could easily do a third fight. Give him a little bit more time and he could easily do a third fight. KSI doing push-ups in the center of the ring. Dub SI shocked the world. Dub SI shocked the world. Can this KSI beat Jake? I don't think there was any answer on that tonight. He's just faced 2 people that have run away from him. Jake ain't running away from him. I mean, I don't know what shots he had to absorb. What shots did KSI... What punishment did KSI... In those 2 fights, what shots did KSI have to deal with? You know, it's 2 wins. And it's 2 stoppages. And he stopped the professional fighter. But, man, that was a bad performance by this professional fighter. If you're going to run that much, that's a bad performance. But a good performance by KSI. All you can do is beat what's in front of you. And he did exactly that. He beat both opponents. And he just doesn't look tested. This was just not a test for him. I really hope they can find a test next time. I don't know if that is going to be Jake or if it'll be Joe. Could be Joe. No Jake Paul, though. No sign of Jake Paul. Imagine if KSI calls out Weller. It's going to be interesting to see who... there we go, Logan. Logan goes the other side. The ref the other side. There we go. So Logan and the referee hold up the arms of KSI. KSI 2-0. So a victory for KSI, but we need to hear from him, need to hear what he's got to say. Here's True Geordie. Easy work. KSI says, are you not entertained? Two fights, one night, 2 KOs. Yeah. Slim looks good. Oh, KSI wants Slim? Andrew Tate gets called out. Tommy Fury? He calls out Tommy Fury. KSI said he's different. So Andrew Tate is called out. Tommy Fury gets called out. No call out of Jake Paul. No call out of Joe Weller. Interesting. Jake could clap KSI. These fights didn't show anything. So, True Geordie having a word with Logan. Logan said that I'm really proud of what KSI has done tonight. I'm proud to call you a friend. I'm proud to call you a business partner. Well, there we go. Mikhail, shout out to you, dude. Yeah, Jake Paul was not called out. The commentators are talking about that as well. No call out for Jake Paul. Michael Buffer in there, just congratulating KSI. No call out of Joe Weller as well, who might have thought there could have been a call out, but there was no call out of Joe Weller. Yeah, it was a good event. Chris Eubank Jr. said, definitely ticked all of the boxes tonight. He got a very good win. It was an awesome show. B-Bros, shout out to you, my friends. I don't think they count style points in the win column. Did JJ knock him out? He repeatedly knocked him down to the point where they just called it. I mean, he got knocked down so many times. I actually lost count. I don't know how many times he put him down. It was about 4 or 5, I think. So it was not a good showing from the professional boxer at all. They're saying on commentary, no disrespect to those two opponents, but we need to see him step up a level before we go to the Jake Paul fight. We said at the start of tonight that you have to look at this as warm-up. This was a warm-up. This was to get rid of the ring rust. This was for him to do a camp, put a show together, like, you know, take on some opponents. He's faced a professional boxer, so you can't say he's not faced a professional boxer. You know, and he's got that victory over a professional boxer. And what we've actually learned, we're not sure. But one thing we have definitely learned is that he is in a much better place than when he faced Logan. Much better place. He's got some good shots, good jab, good uppercut in there as well. He's throwing some hooks. You know, last time it was literally just these overhands, but he is a much more complete boxer now. But he's got to be tested. He's got to be tested. They're interviewing him again here now, actually. They've just grabbed him. They're saying great performance. KSI said, I needed that ring rust to be gone. I had energy. It was easy. Chris Eubank's like, Chris Eubank Jr.'s like, well, I'm ready to go. Sold out show. Can still work on some stuff, said Just Nick. Pineda just crushed KSI. I don't know what in, because it certainly wasn't boxing. Certainly wasn't boxing. You lot predicted it, though. We can end our poll nearly 13,500. And 92%. He says, I just beat a pro boxer, but I totally understand people are going to tell me now I need to up the levels. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't want it. KSI said there are so many more. It doesn't seem to want the Jake Paul straight away. Jake Paul fight straight away. Get the rounds in, get the work in. It will come, he says. When are you fighting next? January, he says next. I'm moving like Wilder in these streets. So he's looking at January for a return. January for a return for KSI. I was hoping he'd be on that October card, to be honest. KSI said he's really proud of Deji. He said, I'm so proud of him. I love him. And he says, I know Deji needed this. Oh. So apparently Joe has now changed his tune. It's a bit strange. Apparently True Geordie said he spoke to Joe earlier, and if the stadium fight happens, Joe would be interested in facing Deji. So Joe Weller against Deji. If it's the stadium show. That'd be big. That would do big numbers. Chris Eubank Jr. said, like, the show was great. I wasn't disappointed in any of the fights. KSI is not 2-0. He's 3-0. He beat Logan. He beat Swarmz. He beat Pineda. Classic. Yeah, well, he's dub SI ×2 tonight. Joe Weller and Deji are both bums. Who should fight Andrew Tate? No one. No one should fight Andrew Tate because Andrew Tate doesn't deserve their platform, does he? Sadal said KSI has good footwork. Jake doesn't have good movement. KSI won both fights. Deji is undefeated. I think Dej can take Joe after all of that. So KSI saying a thank you to everyone watching at home as he heads out back. It was easy work. Easy work in the end. It was. I think when Pineda watches that back, he's going to be really disappointed in himself. I think when Pineda watches that back, he'll realize that he kind of really let himself down and could have done a much better job than what he did there. That disappointing. I think what KSI did a really good job of is bringing the fight forward, just swarming Pineda, using his size, throwing bombs, working the body. He went to the body a lot, and you could see the grimaces on the face of Pineda. He didn't like it. He didn't like it when he felt. I mean, KSI just said there, like, when people feel my power, they don't like it. And I think he definitely got Pineda feeling that power. Pineda complaining about the shots around the back of the head. That was annoying. The only thing I would say was that there was definitely a few shots that did go round the back of the head. That might be something that KSI needs to be careful of. But no way did it happen as many times as what Pineda was complaining about. So, yeah, disappointing from Pineda that he was making such noise about that. And I think, to be honest, the truth is he just didn't want the fight. I think he wanted the money. I think he wanted the opportunity. And then I think he very quickly realized that this was not going to go his way. So, yeah, disappointing from Pineda. KSI, second match, knockout in the first round. KSI did his best for a good event after Wasabi dropped, says Tama Queen. That's true. Yeah, that's true. I think the way to look at this, if you're a KSI fan, you're not going to care. You're going to be over the moon anyway. If you're not a KSI fan, this is a warm-up show for him. He's been out the ring for 3 years. This is an opportunity for him to just shake off the cobwebs and show that, you know, he has evolved, he has improved, and get back in the ring, put on a show, put on a really good show, actually. This was really enjoyable. So, yeah, I'm quite excited for the next one. I don't know what the one in October is going to look like. Obviously, without KSI, it's going to suffer. I don't even know if Deji will make it onto that show or not. So it will definitely suffer from a ratings point of view. But he says January is looking to get back. So that could be a lot of fun. I feel bad for the Pineda dude. I'll be disappointed if KSI didn't hug him after the fight, says Prasad. Sidemen against FaZe Clan would be amazing, says Mikhail. Did he beat Pineda? He did, yes. Legend Killer, shout out to you. We are wrapping it up. Hayden said, great stream. Code says, I like you're not biased. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me, mate, to be honest. I don't really feel any ill will at all towards KSI. I'm not someone that watches KSI's videos, but I certainly respect what he's achieved. And I watched his previous fights, and I can certainly see the development. So, yeah, I can see the different perspectives. If you're a fan, you're going to have loved it. If you are not a fan, then I can see you laying into that, saying that was lame, blah, 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 blah. But as I said, the way to look at it is that is a warm-up fight. That is him shaking off the cobwebs. Tougher challenges will come. And everyone is hoping that it will be him against Jake Paul. Him against Jake Paul at Wembley Stadium. Maybe do one in Wembley and one in America. So you do one in Wembley and then, I don't know, get SoFi Stadium or something. Like, that would be massive. And I've got to think that both would sell out. I've got to think that they could sell out Wembley. I mean, he is so popular. And this event sold out so quickly that I've got to think that they could do that stadium show. So, or stadiums, one here and one in America. So, yeah, there's a chance that we do get that. There is a chance that we do get that. Be very interesting, actually. I don't know. Before we do run away, let's just have a quick look on Twitter and see if Jake Paul has said anything. Because I feel like that could be quite interesting. So let's see if Jake Paul has sent any messages out. And then we will wrap this up. Jake Paul. Let's see what's said. They are just on the stage at the moment. 8. Let's click on this. Yeah, there are a few. There are a few messages. So Jake Paul said Deji is an undefeated professional boxer. So I think he's showing a bit of love there. Nate Robinson would beat KSI. He sent that out 18 minutes ago. And then 7 minutes ago, smart man KSI is not calling me out. He knows the truth. So there we go. That is Jake Paul's response to what just went down. Smart man KSI is not calling me out. He knows the truth. So there we go. Don't know how KSI fans are going to feel about that, but Jake Paul obviously continuing to troll, and that's the fight to make, isn't it? That is the fight to make. Days, you know what? Stay tuned for Twitter. I'm calling out Pineda. I think you stand a chance, to be honest. I might call him out. I think any of us here might stand a chance against Pineda. He did not look good at all. At all. Who won, KSI or Pineda? It was KSI. Right, my friends, we are done. Really, really appreciate you joining us. I hope you enjoyed this stream. It was such a fun event. Really well done to everyone that took part. From start to finish, it was entertaining. The Deji moment is a real highlight. But there was loads of highlights and controversies and finishes and a really, really good card. So, yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. Really appreciate you guys joining us. If you've not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe because we will look to do more of these events. We know that we won't be seeing KSI until January, but we will be getting more of these events and we'll certainly be keeping our eyes on them. But the headline tonight, Deji wins and KSI wins ×2. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.